Chapter 1205. Not only that, but a red light screen had also appeared in front of them, blocking their path. As expected, such a treasure vault must be protected by a powerful formation. The plain-clothed old man sighed and retracted his footsteps. Although he did not continue forward, the old man's eyes were very determined. It seemed that he was determined to obtain the divine weapon inside. Because he had his own ideas. One had to know that they were not safe now. There was an extremely powerful heavenly netherbird watching them from the outside. And they did not have the strength to fight against it. However, if he could obtain the divine weapon, he might be able to pose a threat to the heavenly netherbird. By then, they would have the right to negotiate. At the very least, they should be able to protect the people from the deity sword manor. Therefore, he had to get his hands on this peerless divine weapon. However, the first step was to break the red array in front of them. The old man did not do that. He did not let the people from the deity sword manor start breaking the array. Instead, he waited quietly. This was because he knew that the sword light from before must have alerted everyone in the Pine Palace. Therefore, it would not be long before those powerful families and forces arrived. Therefore, he did not need to worry about the array in front of them. Indeed, before long, there was the sound of rushing air behind them. Then, a group of cultivators landed quickly. The aura of the divine weapon. It's really here. A joyful voice was heard. Then, there was a surprised voice. Deity Sword Manor. So it's Senior Sword Honorable. The people from the Deity Sword Manor turned around and realized that the people who landed behind them were from the Palace of Gods of War. The old man also turned around and looked behind him. Then, he was surprised. He did not expect that the Palace of Gods of War would have two 8th level honorables. The two 8th level honorables were naturally Yen Feng and the mysterious honorable. Previously, the Palace of Gods of War had obtained some silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits, which had greatly improved the cultivation of many people. Among them, the ones who had benefited the most were Yen Feng and the mysterious Honorable Duan Tianqing. Yen Feng was a genius of the younger generation. He was extremely talented, so he had broken through to the 8th level honorable at a young age. The mysterious Honorable Duan Tianqing had an even more extraordinary background. He was Duan Tianlang's senior brother and a powerful elder in the Palace of Gods of War. This time around, his strength had increased tremendously. Compared to Yen Feng, he was now slightly stronger. The appearance of the Palace of Ares alerted the deity sword manor. Now was a special time. There was a treasure trove of peerless divine weapons in front of them. The other party's intentions were obvious. Moreover, the two 8th level venerables made the people of Deity Sword Villa feel a wave of pressure. Originally, the strength of the Deity Sword Manor had been slightly weaker than a monarch family like the War God Palace. However, the arrival of Senior Sword Sovereign had greatly boosted their confidence. They believed that they could suppress the king clans. This was because, according to the information they had obtained, no 8th level venerables had entered this time. However, they did not expect that two 8th level venerables would appear in the Palace of War. This surprised them greatly. Previously, the advantage that they had gained by relying on Senior Sword Honorable would be pulled closer to them. However, the linen-clothed old man was very calm. He did not take the two martial artists who had just become 8th heaven supremacies seriously. However, he was old after all. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. Hence, he did not say anything in the face of the powerful Palace of Ares. Duan Tianqing, Yen Feng, and the others were different from the people of Deity Sword Villa. As soon as they arrived, they quickly rushed forward to study the red array. Not long after, the martial artists of the other forces also arrived. At this moment, the linen-clothed old man finally spoke. Everyone, I know that everyone is anxious. However, if we don't break this array, I'm afraid no one will be able to enter. Hence, I hope that everyone will work together. Senior Sword Honorable, you're right. You have the highest seniority here. Why don't we leave this matter to you? An elder of Merry Woods said with a smile. As soon as he said that, the elders of the other forces nodded. The people of the Palace of Ares did not obviously support him, but they did not oppose him either. The linen-clothed old man nodded. Then, he walked forward and led the crowd to study it. During this process, the Shin family and the Palace of Ares were extremely jealous. They almost fought again. Fortunately, Senior Sword Honorable was there to suppress the situation. Thus, both sides stopped fighting. Swoosh! In the forest, two figures flashed. It was Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The two of them naturally rushed to the cave in front of them. However, they did not go up to break the array. Instead, they waited quietly in the distance. It was not that they did not want to go up, but most of the forces had grudges with them. If they went up now, it would cause unnecessary trouble. They might as well wait for those people to break the array and then follow in. Looking at this array, I'm afraid they will need some time to break it. The dark red divine dragon looked to the front and said, "Of course, if I help, I can reduce the time by half. This should be the twin blazing array. It is indeed difficult to break." Lin Xian looked to the front and said slowly, "Not bad, kid. You've improved. You can see through this array at a glance." The dark red divine dragon nodded continuously. Lin Xian smiled. It would be a waste if he did not learn a little from the dark red divine dragon, an array master. Now, his array formation level could be considered as an array formation grandmaster. As long as it wasn't an ancient array formation, he could break any ordinary array formation. As they were talking, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Zhao Shui also showed a trace of doubt. Then, the two of them quickly withdrew their auras. Zhao Shui even used her void eye to form a golden vortex that wrapped the two of them. Naturally, they did so for a reason. That was because two figures had suddenly appeared in their northwest direction. The two figures were like ghosts. They moved very quickly and did not make a sound. Even their auras were undetectable. As soon as they landed, they stared at every movement in front of them. However, they did not notice that there were two people hiding not far from them. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were surprised when they saw the two figures. Divine Bird Palace, 8th Heaven Venerable. Lin Xian frowned. He was not surprised that people with the Divine Bird technique appeared here, but the aura of the other party shocked him. He did not expect that the other party had 8th Heaven martial artists, and there were two of them. This was too unexpected. Did the other party also get the silver leaf and the fiery phoenix fruit? Lin Xian was puzzled. But then, he shook his head slightly. With the strength of the Divine Bird Palace, they should not be able to defeat the tree demon. Moreover, although the other party's aura was strong, it was very strange. There was even an aura that he was familiar with. Chapter 1206. The Heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian suddenly realized that the aura on the other party's body was very similar to the black flame aura he had collected along the way. At first, he didn't think of it, but after the dark red dragon's reminder, he realized that something was wrong. Why does the other party have such a strong black flame aura? This isn't normal. Lin Xian was puzzled. One had to know that even if the other party had a black flame imprint, it was impossible for the other party to have such an aura with just a trace of black flame. It seems that the Heavenly Netherbird is behind this. The dark red dragon understood. With that fellow's methods, it shouldn't be difficult to raise two people to the 8th heaven of the supremacy realm in a short period of time. Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped. As expected of the heavenly netherbird. It was indeed terrifying. It could create 2/8 heaven supremacies with just a raise of its hand. This method was truly heaven-defying. However, this also made him very puzzled. He guessed that the heavenly netherbird had sent 2/8 heaven supremacies to seize the peerless weapon in the cave. The other party was a demonic beast and had no use for the weapon. It should be that the weapon was a threat to it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain the peerless weapon, it might increase their chances of winning. Thinking of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had to obtain the peerless weapon inside. Next, they just had to wait patiently. 2 days later, the fiery red formation in front of them finally dimmed and disappeared. Everyone's face was filled with ecstasy as they quickly dashed inside. However, immediately after, a few screams came from ahead. Many of them quickly retreated, their faces full of pain. Some of them were on fire, burning fiercely. A few powerhouses had to take action to extinguish the fire. Then, they looked ahead with very serious expressions. Previously, because of the red formation, although they felt a scorching aura, they didn't pay much attention to it. But now, the red array was gone, and the scorching aura of the bones was completely exposed in front of them. The energy caused their expressions to change. It was too terrifying. It was as if an endless sea of fire was going to burn them. The few martial artists who had screamed earlier were burned by this heat wave. However, despite the danger ahead, no one retreated. Instead, they quickly made preparations. Even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, these people would still step in without hesitation, let alone a heat wave. Sure enough, the group was well prepared and set off. The plainclothed elder took the lead and a bright sword radiance gushed out from his body. Then, his body swayed and he charged forward like a beam of sword radiance. Wherever it passed, the fiery red airwaves were mercilessly torn apart and slapped to both sides. Behind him were Yan Feng and Duan Tianqing, 2 8th level venerables. Their auras were extremely powerful. They were like ferocious beasts, pushing away all the heat waves. Behind the two of them were the elders of the major forces. These people also used all their means and quickly rushed forward. It's about time. Let's go. In the forest, the 7th elder and Zhu Qin moved out. They were like ghosts. Their speed was extremely fast. In an instant, they disappeared from their original positions. After the two left, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui also revealed themselves. Let's go too. Let's see what kind of peerless divine weapon is inside. Lin Xian looked forward. His eyes were extremely bright. He stomped his foot and shot forward like an arrow. When he was near the cave entrance, the red lotus armor on his body quickly covered his entire body. On the armor, a bright red lotus flower bloomed, pushing away all the heat waves that came with it. Zhao Shui followed closely behind. There were countless golden vortexes around him, absorbing the surrounding heat. The two of them were very fast. Soon, they entered the cave. This cave was a completely different world. It was bigger than expected. The crimson ground was cracked into pieces. From time to time, flames would pass through these cracks. These flames were not to be underestimated. They could even easily tear apart a venerable's protective shield. No one doubted this. Not only was the ground fiery red, but the entire mountain walls were also fiery red. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, emitting a torrential heat. As they walked forward, black iron chains appeared on the crimson walls. Each of them was as thick as a bucket. These iron chains intertwined with each other as if they were binding something. Everyone looked ahead and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there was an extremely huge furnace in front of them. It was bound by countless black iron chains and suspended in mid-air. The furnace was very simple and unadorned. At first glance, one could tell that it was an ancient item. Moreover, its position was very strange. The mouth of the furnace was facing downward. Endless red lava flowed down from the mouth of the furnace like a fiery waterfall. This remote sky mystery realm had existed for at least a few thousand years. This cave must have existed all along. It was very strange that the flaming lava had not dried up after a few thousand years. Lin Xian was also very surprised. However, he quickly figured out what was going on. He realized that there were mysterious patterns on the huge furnace. They were emitting a strange power. Perhaps the reason why the flaming waterfall could last for thousands of years was related to the mysterious patterns on the furnace. However, this was not something he needed to consider. He shifted his gaze away from the huge furnace and looked at the ground in front of him. Then, Lin Xian's body shook. Endless light burst out from his eyes. There was an open space in front of him. Countless swords were inserted into the ground. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 swords densely packed like stone tablets. These swords were of different sizes and shapes. Some were shining like the sun, emitting a blazing light from head to toe. There were also some that were rusty, like rusty iron swords that were casually inserted into the ground. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was not the only one stunned. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that there would be over 1,000 swords here. That's right. This should be a place to refine weapons. Moreover, the owner of this place should be a master swordsmith. Otherwise, why would all the treasure ores be from swords? We're rich. We're really rich this time. These are all ancient treasures. Their power is definitely beyond imagination. A group of people ran forward crazily. However, Lin Xian did not move. He felt that the situation was too strange. Moreover, his main target was the peerless weapon. Not only did Lin Xian not move, but the old man in linen clothes also did not move. However, the old man's eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned the entire space. He seemed to be looking for traces of the peerless weapon. At this moment, many of the warriors who ran out previously pulled out their swords from the ground. A few of them managed to snatch the dazzling sword, and they immediately looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, peerless weapon. I got a peerless weapon. Chapter 1207. A sword chi that was like a crescent moon slashed down from the sky. The warrior holding the resplendent sword also snorted coldly and quickly waved the sword in his hand. The long sword bloomed like the sun, emitting an incomparably resplendent light. However, when it collided with the crescent moon sword chi, it let out a cracking sound and broke into two. What? How is this possible? This is impossible. I obtained a peerless divine weapon. How could it be broken? The warrior held the broken sword with a disappointed expression. An elder of the deity sword Villa snorted coldly, how foolish. Whether it is a divine weapon or not, it is not just determined by its light. How can it be so easy to find a peerless divine weapon? The deity sword Villa could be said to be the most outstanding sect in the Tianwu continent in terms of sword techniques. Therefore, the elder's words caused everyone to ponder. It seemed that the dazzling light was not necessarily a divine weapon. Instead, it was possible that the rusty sword was the true peerless treasure sword. For a time, many warriors specially chose those long swords that looked like scrap metal. Buzz! A warrior pulled out a rusty iron sword and waved it in the air. Under normal circumstances, these warriors wouldn't even look at it because the sword was too ordinary. But now, with their previous experience, they specially chose this kind of iron sword. However, to everyone's disappointment, the rusty sword directly turned into fragments in the air and scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, even the people from the deity sword villa frowned. It seemed that the treasured swords here could not be distinguished by their appearance. It didn't mean that shiny things were bad, and rusty things weren't good either. In other words, any sword could be a peerless divine weapon. Thinking of this, the warriors planned to start a carpet search. If one time was not enough, they would search twice. He did not believe that when they pulled out all the swords, they would still not be able to find the peerless divine weapon. However, in the next moment, many warriors in front of them cried out in alarm. This was because they discovered that each person could only pull out one sword, and once the martial artists who had pulled out the sword wanted to pull out another sword, they would be repelled by an extremely strange force. Damn it, I don't believe it. Why can't I pull out the second sword? Some warriors did not believe it and used their strength to pull out the second sword. However, a burst of sword chi shot out from the sword, directly splitting the martial artist into two halves. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Then, they let out a breath of cold air. Shocking, too shocking. They did not expect that the swords would have such a change. Although the one who died was only a 6th level venerable, this scene shocked everyone. Because they would not forget that this was a cave left behind by an ancient expert. Who knew what terrifying things would be inside? So for a time, everyone became extremely careful. They were deeply afraid that they would trigger some formation taboo and cause unnecessary danger. Instead, it was those people who had hurriedly pulled out their treasured swords that were filled with regret. Previously, they didn't think that each person could only choose once, so they didn't care when they made their choice. But now, they did not have the chance to choose. It seems that everyone can only choose once. If we follow the rules, we shouldn't be in any danger. The people from Deity Sword Villa observed for a while and discovered the principle. Alright, all of you can go and choose your own treasured swords. The plain-clothed old man slowly said. Hearing this, the disciples of Deity Sword Villa were overjoyed. They quickly walked forward and carefully chose. They were all swordsmen, so their pursuit of swords was much stronger than other warriors. Previously, they did not act rashly, so they avoided the previous incident. Now, they could finally choose properly. However, when Deity Sword Villa's Xiao Fan walked forward, something happened. Because before he started to choose, a sword on the ground began to tremble. Then, it burst out with a dazzling light. In the end, the sword rose from the ground and flew toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed the sword. Then, the sword let out a sonorous sword cry as if it was very excited. What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This was because nothing like this had ever happened before. On the other hand, the elders of Deity Sword Villa were excited. The sword chooses its owner. This is the sword choosing its owner. Rumor has it that some high-level swords have spirituality. They can choose their own owners. I always thought it was a legend, but I didn't expect to see it today. Xiao Fan, look at that sword. Hearing the elder's words, Xiao Fan was also excited. Then, he channeled his spiritual energy into the sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sword chi let out a sonorous cry. A fiery sword light swept across the entire void. Everywhere it passed, it seemed like a raging fire was burning. In the end, the red light that filled the sky dispersed, and the long sword revealed its true appearance. It was a fiery red sword. There were patterns on it that looked like a Buddhist imprint. It emitted a scorching aura. On the hilt of the sword, there were two ancient words, Departing Fire. Departing Fire Sword, a half-earth rank treasure. Moreover, it was a treasure forged by an ancient expert. Its power was unimaginable. After knowing this, the surrounding warriors were envious. That was a half-Earth rank treasure. It was an extremely precious item. Only the genius disciples of the king families or some elders could own it. Ordinary warriors couldn't get it at all. Moreover, the departing fire sword wasn't an ordinary half-Earth rank treasure. It was a treasure forged by an ancient expert. Its power was stronger than an ordinary Earth rank treasure. Why don't I have such luck? As expected of the person called Junior Sword Honorable. He's really powerful. The group was envious. On the other hand, the elders of Deity Sword Villa laughed heartily. Even the Sword Honorable nodded his head slightly. It was indeed good to be able to make the sword choose its owner. At the side, Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the sword to have such spirituality. It could even choose its owner. He wondered what would happen if he went up. Would he attract the peerless divine sword? He was very curious, but he didn't act rashly. Firstly, he wanted to observe a little more. Secondly, the Sword Honorable and the other 8th level honorables didn't make a move. He wasn't in a hurry. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry, but it didn't mean that the others weren't. Especially the young geniuses of the various forces. They all went down and were ready to show off their skills. Buzz! The Shen family's 13th young master went down and caused a commotion. Another sword chose its owner. Chapter 1208. In fact, this was normal because he wasn't a pure swordsman. Xiao Fan was a disciple from the Deity Sword Villa. His attainments in the way of the sword far surpassed other cultivators. Therefore, he could obtain a treasured sword like the departing flame sword. Although the genius disciples from the sovereign clans could also cause a commotion, they didn't obtain a peerless divine sword. Those ordinary disciples couldn't trigger the treasured swords to choose their masters. They could only rely on luck. Many people made their moves and obtained some treasures. At that moment, Yan Feng made his move. Yan Feng's move attracted everyone's attention. It couldn't be helped. He was an 8th heaven honorable. Everyone wanted to know what kind of divine weapon an expert of this level would obtain. For a moment, everyone's eyes were looking forward with great anticipation. Yan Feng's face was full of arrogance as he walked forward with majestic gait. Then, he stood in the middle of the field with his hands behind his back. His body emitted a powerful aura. Obviously, Yan Feng didn't plan to carefully choose the treasured swords. Instead, he waited quietly. It seemed like he wanted the treasured swords to choose their masters. Indeed, in the next moment, the sound of swords clanging could be heard. But soon after, everyone was astonished. They realized that there wasn't only one sword clanging. 2 treasured swords exploded with dazzling light. They were like resplendent suns that shone in all directions. Then, the 2 treasured swords turned into streaks of light that flew toward Yan Feng. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. Even Xiao Fan was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Yan Feng to be so powerful that he could make 2 treasured swords recognize him as their master. Was this the strength of an 8th heaven honorable? He was too powerful. When Yan Feng saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up. He revealed a confident smile. Then, he reached out and grabbed one of the treasured swords. The moment he grabbed it, the light of the other treasured sword quickly dimmed and returned to the ground. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yan Feng didn't obtain both treasured swords. The people from the Deity Sword Villa frowned. They knew the pros and cons of this. Ordinary cultivators would choose treasured swords from thousands of long swords. It was very likely that they would end up with trash. However, Yan Feng had to choose between 2 treasured swords. No matter which one he chose, it would definitely be a treasured sword. It wouldn't be an ordinary sword. As expected of an 8th-level venerated realm cultivator, to actually receive such treatment. Seeing that Yan Feng had succeeded, everyone had different expressions. The 9th young master and 13th young master of the Shin clan had unfriendly expressions. This was because they realized that the sword in Yan Feng's hand was of a much higher grade than the ones in their hands. It even surpassed the Leaf Fire sword in Xiao Fan's hand. In the distance, Lin Xian also nodded slightly. It seemed that even if one was not a swordsman, when one's strength reached a certain level, these treasured swords would automatically choose their masters. Just like Yan Feng now. The grade of the treasured sword in his opponent's hand had already surpassed the distant fire sword. Even amongst the half-earth steppe treasures, it was still extremely good. However, compared to his Lone Star sword, it was still slightly inferior. That was because his Lone Star sword contained a trace of an Earth rank artifact fragment. As long as it was related to an Earth steppe treasure, its power would be unimaginable. Even if it was just a fragment, it would still far surpass a half-Earth steppe treasure of the same price. Therefore, Lin Xian's target was not the ordinary half-Earth steppe artifacts in front of him, but the true peerless divine weapon. After Yan Feng succeeded, the Palace of Gods of War cheered. However, Duan Tianqing did not make a move. Instead, he looked towards the deity sword manor. Indeed, he was staring at the plain-clothed elder. It seemed that he was waiting for the other party to make a move. In fact, it was not only him. Everyone around was waiting because the plain-clothed elder was a legendary existence. He was a sword sovereign. These people wanted to know what kind of phenomenon would occur if the sword sovereign made a move. Would they find the true peerless divine weapon? Feeling everyone's gaze, the plain-clothed elder's face was calm. He then calmly walked forward. He's making a move. He's really making a move. Everyone was extremely excited because they would be able to witness the power of the legendary sword sovereign. Seeing the sword sovereign make a move, Yan Feng and Duan Tianqing also held their breaths. Especially Duan Tianqing, whose eyes were blazing. Not only him, but the 7th elder and Zhu Qin of the Divine Bird Palace were also extremely nervous. They believed that as long as the sword sovereign made a move, he would definitely attract the peerless divine weapon. Then, it would be time for them to make a move. Of course, it would be better if the sword sovereign could not find the peerless divine weapon. In that case, no one would be able to find the true peerless divine weapon and they would be able to complete the Heavenly Netherbird's mission without making a move. On the side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. If there was someone who posed the greatest threat to him here, it would naturally be the plain-clothed elder. After all, the other party was once the famous sword sovereign. Although his vitality had withered, he was still not someone an ordinary 8th heaven supremacy could contend against. Moreover, the other party was an expert in the way of the sword. His attainments in the way of the sword were extraordinary. Perhaps he could really find the peerless divine weapon. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. If the situation changed, he had to make a move. Senior Sword Sovereign, you don't mind if I search with you, right? At this moment, Duan Tianqing of the Palace of Gods of War suddenly spoke. Then, his godlike body quickly stepped forward and walked forward. In an instant, he arrived at the place where the sword was hidden. At this moment, the sword sovereign's voice slowly drifted over. As you wish. Clearly, he did not take this Duan Tianqing to heart. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Then, Duan Tianqing stepped forward, and his aura suddenly erupted. Like a violent storm, it instantly filled the entire space. Its power was even stronger than Yan Feng's from before. Following his arrival, the long swords in front of him also began to hum non-stop. In fact, many of the long swords even exploded with resplendent light. 5 swords, a total of 5 swords shot into the sky and rapidly flew towards Duan Tianqing. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with astonishment. One had to know that previously, Yan Feng had only attracted 2 swords, and that had already made everyone envious. But now, this Duan Tianqing had directly attracted 5 swords. This was truly shocking. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Indeed, this Duan Tianqing was much stronger than Yan Feng. It was reasonable for him to attract 5 swords. Duan Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of making a move. He allowed the 5 swords to turn into shocking rainbows and dance around him. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked behind him. There was an old figure there, but no one dared to underestimate him. The plain-clothed old man did not have any reaction to Duan Tianqing's ability to attract 5 swords. His old face remained calm. Then, he slowly arrived at the place where the sword was hidden. The moment he stepped on the ground, the surrounding swords suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 1209. The number was not something Duan Tianqing could compare to. The 10 swords turned into a long rainbow and danced around the old man, emitting a blazing light. This scene caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Even Duan Tianqing's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. His previous actions were naturally provocative. In his opinion, although the sword venerable was famous, he had already declined and could no longer display the power he had in the past. That was why he wanted to provoke him. However, he did not expect that the sword venerable would still be so powerful even though his blood qi had withered. With just a step, he attracted 10 swords to surround him. There were twice as many swords as he was. This made him extremely shocked. One had to know that he had used all his strength to attract 1 sword, but the sword venerable had attracted 10 swords just by walking casually. The gap between them could be said to be abnormally huge. The 10 swords circled around the sword venerable like flowing light. The sword venerable only glanced at them casually, then shook his head slightly. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a majestic force surged out, pushing the 10 swords around him away. Buzz! 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 The 10 swords flew out and returned to the ground. What? He pushed them away. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Those were 10 swords. If it were any other cultivator, they would definitely choose carefully. However, the sword venerable had casually pushed them away and did not choose a single one. It had to be said that he was too bold. In this world, only the sword venerable could do that. At the side, Duan Tianqing's face darkened. He originally wanted to provoke the sword venerable, but he did not expect the sword venerable to suppress him in terms of numbers. However, the sword venerable's actions directly provoked him. The 10 swords glanced at each other and were pushed away. This made him extremely shocked and infuriated at the same time. Then, he snorted coldly and pushed away the 5 swords around him. Seeing this action, the surrounding people also exclaimed. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With Duan Tianqing's strength and attainments in the sword Dao, wanting to compete with the sword venerable was undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a rock. The sword venerable was even more expressionless. He did not even look at Duan Tianqing. Once again, he walked past the countless swords. Then, countless swords soared into the sky and flew towards him like rainbows. This time, there were even more, a total of 20 of them. However, the sword venerable only glanced at it before shaking his head and pushing it away again. Next, 30 swords soared into the sky and were pushed away again. Duan Tianqing originally wanted to compete with Sword Sovereign, but when he saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. This kind of method was simply not something that he could use. In front of them, as the Sword Sovereign's aura grew stronger, the number of treasured swords in the sky also increased. All of a sudden, a sword emitted a shocking light. That light was very special. It suppressed the other sword lights and even emitted an unusually sharp aura. Seeing this sword light, everyone looked over with rapt attention. They were very excited. Could it be that a peerless divine weapon has appeared? It seems very likely. As expected of the honorable sword. I'm afraid only he has the means to make the peerless divine weapon appear. Everyone was shocked. On the other hand, the people from Deity Sword Villa were ecstatic. Duan Tianqing's face was gloomy. He looked ahead and roared, unleashing an unparalleled power. His power swept towards the shocking sword light, trying to snatch it from the sword sovereign. However, when his power was swept into the sword light, it was as if it had fallen into the sea. There was no wind at all. Damn it! Duan Tianqing was extremely angry. He also knew that he was no match for the sword sovereign. However, he was unwilling to let the divine weapon fall into the hands of the deity Sword Villa, so he could only fight for it with all his might. The sword sovereign did not stop Duan Tianqing because the other party did not attack directly. Instead, he used his aura to attract the sword light, which did not violate any rules. Therefore, the sword sovereign could not be bothered with him because he was confident that no one here was a match for him in terms of sword principle. They were not even qualified for him to take them seriously. In front of them, the sword light became brighter and brighter as if it was going to break through the sky. The sword sovereign's eyes were also extremely bright as if he wanted to see if the sword was a peerless divine weapon. In the distance, Lin Xian looked at this scene with a grave expression. Although he was not sure if the sword light was from a peerless divine weapon, he knew that he could not wait any longer. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian made a move. His figure was like a phantom as he shuttled through the crowd and arrived at the place where the sword was hidden in an instant. When he stepped onto the ground, he immediately activated the great dragon sword soul. A deep dragon roar sounded from within his body, and then an unforgettable scene appeared. On the ground in front of him, thousands of swords were all trembling as if they were going to soar into the sky. Beams of dazzling sword light burst out and connected into one, illuminating the entire sky. Clang! 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 Thousands of swords flew out and floated in the sky, blooming with dazzling light. Then, these swords turned into shocking rainbows and all flew towards Lin Xian. For a moment, Lin Xian was like a sword immortal, attracting thousands of swords around him. What? Thousands of swords. How is this possible? Dream, I must be dreaming. D***, who is this kid? How can he be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it. There were more than 1,000 swords in front of them, and most of them had soared into the sky and were circling around Lin Xian. There were only a few swords left on the ground. It could be said that Lin Xian's appearance had attracted almost all of the swords. This was simply too shocking. One must know that even a sword venerable would not be able to create such a scene. Even Zhao Shui, Murong Qingqing, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The others' expressions were even more exaggerated. The people from the deity Sword Manor exclaimed, while the people from the Ares workshop and the Shen family looked horribly gloomy, especially Yan Feng and Duan Tianqing. D***, how can this guy attract thousands of swords? Yan Feng gritted his teeth. He was very unwilling to admit defeat when he lost to Lin Xian last time. This time, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation and thought that he could definitely kill Lin Xian. However, he had lost to Lin Xian before they even fought. He had only attracted 2 swords before, but Lin Xian had attracted thousands of swords. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was impossible to cross. Even the sword honorable could not remain calm. He looked at Lin Xian with astonishment in his eyes. Chapter 12:10. The long swords here were very magical. It didn't mean that one could attract many swords just because they were powerful. This required fate and attainments in the sword Tao. It could be said that it was extremely mysterious. Even if a king came, it would be impossible to attract all the swords away. That was because it was simply impossible. Who is this young man? How is he so powerful? The sword venerable stared at Lin Xian carefully with a face full of doubt. He had heard of the few genius disciples of the King clans, but Lin Xian was completely different from the information he knew. In other words, he wasn't from the King clans. That made him even more surprised. Apart from the King clans, what other forces' disciples could be so shocking? No, even the King clans can't find such a person. Unique treasure. This kid must have a unique treasure in his hands to be able to cause such a phenomenon. The sword venerable's eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian. He couldn't help it. The scene was too shocking. He really didn't believe that a young man at the 7th level of the supremacy realm could cause such a phenomenon. Perhaps the only explanation was that he had a treasure on him. In fact, his guess was close. However, it wasn't a treasure, but a sword soul. The reason for such a shocking scene was the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful, and its aura could naturally attract countless swords here. Therefore, although Lin Xian was only at the 7th level of the supremacy realm, the commotion he caused was even more terrifying than the sword venerable. Looking at the thousands of long swords around him, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he stretched out his hands and pressed down on the void. Immediately, a majestic force surged out and pushed the thousands of swords away. Then, the long sword stabbed back into the ground like rain. Bang! 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 The void rumbled and the ground trembled. Countless long swords kept clanging. What? He pushed them all away. He didn't take any of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Xian to do that. He was really bold. There were definitely powerful treasures among the thousands of long swords. However, Lin Xian didn't choose any of them and directly pushed them away. This boldness was even stronger than the sword venerable. Duan Tianqing's face darkened at this sight. Damn it, this brat's target is also a peerless divine weapon. Stop him, don't let him come up. Brat, scram. As soon as Duan Tianqing left, Duan Tianlang from the Palace of Gods of War grinned maliciously and rushed towards Lin Xian. His current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. It could be said that his strength had increased greatly. In the next moment, a terrifying fist smashed towards Lin Xian's head. Die, brat! A demon wolf flew out from the fist. The void trembled and was mercilessly torn apart. The demon wolf turned into a beam of light and quickly pounced towards Lin Xian. He's going all out right from the start. It seems like Duan Tianlang wants to kill his opponent. That's for sure. Duan Tianlang suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Xian before. Now that his strength has increased greatly, he naturally wants to take revenge. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. Yeah, he was able to create such a vision previously. It shouldn't be because of his own strength. I wonder if he can withstand this punch. The crowd discussed fervently. Many of them looked worried. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. Spiritual energy rolled and countless flames jumped. They turned into a huge flaming hand and slapped forward. Boom! The demon wolf fist shadow was smashed apart. Not only that, Duan Tianlang was also sent flying. He vomited blood and crashed into the wall behind him. What? He was sent flying. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. That was a peak 7th heaven venerable. He was sent flying with a single slap. Lin Xian's strength was too terrifying. How is this possible? Damn it, how did he do it? The people from the Palace of Gods of War were horrified. Yan Feng's face darkened. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. Then, he sneered coldly. 7th heaven venerable. You've broken through. No wonder you're stronger than before. So what if you've broken through? You can only lie down in front of me. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Then, he took a step forward and his body emitted powerful spiritual energy. The aura of an 8th heaven venerable. Oh my god, is Yan Feng going to attack? It's possible. According to the rumors, Yan Feng was defeated by Lin Xian before. I guess he wants to take revenge now. What? Yan Feng was defeated before. Are you kidding? He's a genius martial artist from the Palace of Gods of War. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a secret. Lin Xian is too terrifying. He can even defeat a genius martial artist like Yan Feng. So what? He was just lucky. Senior brother Yan Feng has broken through to the 8th heaven venerable. He's a peerless expert. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't beat our senior brother Yan Feng. Humph, he's dead. An 8th heaven venerable can crush a 7th heaven venerable. Senior brother Yan Feng can kill him with a finger. The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War sneered when they saw Yan Feng attack. In the distance, Duan Tianqing also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he focused on finding a peerless weapon. Lin Xian said coldly, "You're not my match. Kid, you're too arrogant." Yan Feng sneered. "Although I was defeated by you before, it's different now. I've broken through to the 8th heaven venerable. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." However, Lin Xian shook his head. An 8th heaven venerable isn't invincible. You've just entered the 8th heaven. I said, you're not my match. So, get lost if you don't want to die. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like that. I'll knock your teeth out one by one later. Let's see how stubborn you can be then. Yan Feng gripped the sword he had just obtained and slashed out. The sword light flashed and turned into countless light waves. It was as if endless waves were rushing through the void. This sword was too terrifying. It was enough to kill any 7th heaven venerable. When the surrounding people saw Yan Feng attack, they all retreated, afraid that they would be swept away by the waves. Is this the strength of an 8th heaven venerable? Just the aura alone makes me feel despair. There's nothing I can do. The gap is too big. The gap between the venerable realm and the 7th heaven was like heaven and earth. It was impossible to fight someone of a higher level. For a moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. They thought that he was dead for sure this time. The terrifying sword light was incomparably vast, but it was useless against Lin Xian. A vermilion bird seal was quickly shot out from Lin Xian's hand. The fire element here was very rich, so Lin Xian used fire concept in these few moves. A flaming vermilion bird was born and shattered all the sword light. Chapter 12:11. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he stomped his foot and charged out like a bolt of lightning. What? He blocked it. Lin Xian could actually block the attack of an 8th heaven supremacy. That was unbelievable. Everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that Lin Xian was powerful and mysterious, they didn't think that Lin Xian could fight against an 8th heaven supremacy. But now, he had done it. It was really shocking. Yan Feng's face turned pale. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to fight against him. There was a ball of anger burning in his heart. You're courting death. How dare an ant compete with the sun and moon? I'll let you know the true power of an 8th heaven supremacy. Yan Feng put away the sword in his hand and pulled out the demon slayer at his waist. With a clang, the demon slayer was pulled out. The long saber shone brightly and the light was like the sea. The resplendent saber light shot into the sky and lit up the entire space. Buzz! Yan Feng held the frenzied saber and slashed out. Suddenly, the saber light emitted a buzzing sound that made one's soul tremble. The ocean blue saber light was like a wave that instantly streaked across the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The entire cave was shaking. 8 Ocean Abyss Saber. Yan Feng's voice was cold like the edge of a saber. His head emitted a sharp aura. The 8 Ocean Abyss Saber was an Earth-class martial art. It was very terrifying. Now that Yan Feng's cultivation had increased greatly and reached the 8th heaven supremacy, he could be said to be extremely powerful. At that moment, he was one with the saber. The terrifying saber light seemed to be able to shatter everything as it slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the field and waved his hand. Immediately, the thousands of swords around him trembled and emitted a resplendent light, forming a sea of sword light. These sword lights combined to form a huge sword chi that floated in the sky. Then, it slashed forward violently. Boom! The two collided with a deafening sound. It was as if thunder had exploded from the 9 heavens. The entire cave kept shaking. At this moment, mysterious red runes appeared on the ground and walls, emitting a mysterious power that protected the entire cave. Otherwise, just this move alone would have flattened the entire cave. However, those martial artists were not so lucky. That terrifying remnant energy directly impacted their bodies, sending them flying. Those with weaker strength even vomited large mouthfuls of blood, suffering serious injuries. Retreat! Countless people screamed in horror and retreated to the wall. The older generation figures and 7th level venerables quickly worked together to form a screen of light to defend themselves. Otherwise, many of them would probably die here in the next attack. Now, they were no longer shocked, but terrified. Especially the warriors from the Palace of Ares. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible, how is this possible? How can he contend against an 8th level venerable? Dream, damn it, I must be dreaming. They had really gone mad. It should be known that that was an 8th heaven venerable. In the eyes of the world, he was already a peerless expert. Moreover, there was a huge gap between a 7th level venerable realm and an 8th level venerable realm. It could be said that there was no suspense in this battle. But now, the result was completely out of their expectations. Lin Xian blocked Yan Feng's attack. Not only that, but it seemed that they were evenly matched. Yan Feng's expression was even more terrifying. If the first attack could be said to be blocked by luck, then the previous scene was definitely not luck. He could now confirm that Lin Xian definitely had the battle prowess of an 8th heaven venerable. Damn it, how did this brat do it? Yan Feng's expression was very ugly. I don't believe it. This brat must have used some secret technique to forcefully increase his battle prowess. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend against me? Yan Feng seemed to have grasped something. Then, he revealed a cold smile. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a secret technique. But it's a pity. I think this secret technique won't last for too long. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. When the secret technique ends, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Yan Feng's words calmed the hearts of the disciples of the palace of Ares. So it was a secret technique. No wonder he could contend against an 8th-level venerable. What a crooked method. The secret technique can increase one's battle prowess temporarily, but the side effects are definitely huge. Furthermore, this secret technique definitely won't last for too long. Just wait. Once the secret technique ends, he'll be dead for sure. Facing these words, Lin Xian only said 2 words, ignorant. He did indeed have a secret technique that could increase his battle prowess. However, he didn't use any secret technique at all. This was his true battle prowess. However, he didn't have time to waste here with Yan Feng. His goal was the peerless divine weapon. With a cold snort, Lin Xian attacked again. Ha, brat, I guessed it right. You can't wait to attack, right? Seeing Lin Xian's actions seemed to confirm his guess, Yan Feng laughed maniacally. A guy who used a secret technique to increase his strength wants to compete with me. What a joke. Yan Feng laughed maniacally as he waved the berserk blade in his hand. Rays of blade light surged out rapidly. Then, an unparalleled power erupted from Yan Feng's body. His eyes were like 2 rays of blade light, piercing through space and time. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the berserk blade in his hand, erupting with powerful battle prowess. Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star Sword, and endless sword light rushed out from his body. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the sky. He instantly arrived in front of Yan Feng. The Lone Star Sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. Dang! The two collided, and a deafening sound rang out. A huge crack appeared in the void. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. The great dragon sword soul continued to circulate, causing his battle prowess to be unparalleled. He fought against Yan Feng, an 8th-level venerable. The surrounding people were deeply shocked by this scene. A 7th-level venerable fought an 8th-level venerable head-on. This was probably the first time in history that a 7th-level venerable was not at a disadvantage. Impossible. Go to hell. Yan Feng roared into the sky, wanting to kill Lin Xian. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The long blade in his hand slashed towards Lin Xian. Every strike caused the void to collapse. On the other hand, Lin Xian was like the tip of a sword, sharp to the extreme. The long sword slashed across the sky, and an unparalleled light burst out, causing the entire world to lose its color. The sword chi swept out, shattering all of Yan Feng's attacks. The sword chi was like a dragon roaring in the sky, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. It was extremely terrifying. Yan Feng's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. He did not dare to fight against this terrifying sword chi. His body retreated rapidly like a ghost. However, his momentum was at a disadvantage when he retreated. When he wanted to counterattack, he realized that he was being suppressed by Lin Xian. Chapter 12:12. Lin Xian did not give Yan Feng a chance to counterattack. The Lone Star Sword in his hand was like a dragon, roaring continuously. A terrifying killing intent swept out in all directions. Lin Xian slashed out 13 times in a row. The terrifying sword light connected in the sky like a vast ocean, and all of them blasted towards Yan Feng. The entire void was trembling, and the cave was shaking non-stop as if it would collapse at any time. Yan Feng's face was pale. He could not dodge at all and could only take the 13 swords head-on. The sound of metal clashing resounded in the air. Yan Feng's face was pale, and his entire arm was trembling. The 13 swords were like raging waves, each stronger than the last. In the end, although he took the 13 swords, his arm was completely numb, and he could not exert any strength at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian's battle intent was high, and his aura was majestic. Sword light surrounded his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. He slashed out again. Wind and thunder roared, and metal and fire mixed together. This sword was extremely sharp, and it directly sent Yan Feng's demon slayer flying. Then, the long sword swept out like a dragon swinging its tail, and sent Yan Feng flying. Blood splattered in the air, and explosions continued. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was shocking. They could not believe that Yan Feng had been defeated. One had to know that Yan Feng was an 8th heaven honorable. He was a peerless expert in the eyes of the world, but he had been defeated just like that. Furthermore, he had lost to a 7th level venerate. This was simply too unbelievable. Duan Tianqing's face was also gloomy, and his entire body was trembling. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to defeat Yan Feng. It was really beyond his expectations. Not only that, but an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Lin Xian was someone that the Palace of Gods of War had to kill. One of his missions in the remote sky's secret realm this time was to kill Lin Xian. Originally, there was no suspense to this mission because Lin Xian was only a cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer before entering the remote heaven's secret realm. A person like that was only an ant in Duan Tianqing's eyes. However, in just 2 to 3 months, Lin Xian had already become a 7th heaven honorable. Not only that, but his battle strength was even more powerful. He could already fight an 8th heaven honorable. It would be very difficult to kill him now. Thinking of this, he felt fear and regret at the same time. If he had made up his mind to pursue them with all his might back then, none of this would have happened. But now, it was too late. Not only in the remote sky's secret realm, but if they let him out, the Palace of Gods of War would probably undergo an earth-shaking change. Therefore, the best opportunity to kill Lin Xian was in the remote heaven mystery realm. Just as he was considering whether or not to make a move, Lin Xian had already made the first move. After dealing with Yan Feng, Lin Xian turned around and went back to the sword treasury. He activated the great dragon sword spirit, and thousands of swords began to hum. His eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings. He wanted to find the true peerless divine weapon. For a moment, the entire space was filled with sword radiance. Sword Chi soared into the sky and was extremely dazzling. The sword sovereign also snorted coldly as his eyes shone brightly. A huge sword aura surged from his body, connecting the heavens and the earth. Rays of sword light spread out in all directions like waves, quickly covering the entire sword treasury. Duan Tianqing also roared as he activated the energy in his body with all his might. 3 violent bursts of energy covered the entire space, leaving nothing behind. Finally, under the combined efforts of the 3 great powerhouses, an extremely dazzling ray of light shone from the sky sword forest. The peerless divine weapon has appeared. Seeing that ray of light, everyone exclaimed. In the next moment, the ray of light turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the sword sovereign. Damn it! Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared angrily. He stretched out a huge palm of light and grabbed at the space before him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shook his head slightly. This place was very strange. Since the hidden sword had chosen the Sword Lord, it was already destined. As expected, although Duan Tianqing's palm of light was terrifying, it was instantly torn apart by that ray of sword light. Soon, that ray of sword light arrived beside the sword sovereign. Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Xian was expressionless. This was what he had expected. However, this time, things went beyond his expectations. This was because two figures had suddenly appeared behind him and were charging towards the sword venerable at lightning speed. Then, two terrifying palms reached out and grabbed the treasured sword in front of the sword sovereign. It's them. Lin Xian looked at the two figures with a surprised expression. He naturally knew these two figures, but he did not expect them to dare to attack at this time. One must know. That was the sword sovereign. The two figures were naturally the seventh elder and Zhu Qin of the Divine Bird Palace. The two of them had been ordered by the heavenly Netherbird to obtain the peerless divine weapon. However, they did not recognize the peerless divine weapon at all, and the heavenly Netherbird did not tell them. Therefore, in their opinion, the sword in the sword sovereign's hand must be a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they attacked. When these two people appeared, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack the sword sovereign. They were really bold. However, when they sensed the aura of these two people, they all screamed. Eighth Heaven Venerable. Eighth Heaven Venerables. Other than Duan Tianqing and Yan Feng of the Palace of Gods of War, there were two Eighth Heaven Venerables. This was too shocking. However, what shocked them even more was that the two figures were actually from the Divine Bird Palace. How is this possible? Since when did the Divine Bird Palace have Eighth Heaven Venerables? Everyone was stunned. The sword sovereign snorted coldly. He waved his sleeve, and the long sword in front of him suddenly bloomed with a blazing light. Then, a sword light quickly slashed forward. The seventh elder and Zhu Qin of the Divine Bird Palace were hit by the sword light. They immediately retreated, and the void cracked. However, balls of black flames strangely rose from their bodies, forming a defense that blocked the sword light. Therefore, they were not fatally injured. The two of them landed on the ground and stared straight ahead. You two stupid birds dare to come and snatch my things. The sword sovereign said with disdain. The seventh elder gritted his teeth and looked very serious. No matter what, we will not let you take the peerless divine weapon away today. Behind them, Duan Tianqing saw this scene and was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed wildly. Good, good, good. Fellow Taoists of the Divine Bird Palace, why don't we join forces? He could not fight against the sword sovereign, and it seemed that the two of them could not succeed either. Therefore, he thought of joining forces. 3 Eighth Heaven Venerables should be able to fight against the sword sovereign. Chapter 12-13. All right. The seven elders quickly nodded at Duan Tianqing's suggestion. As long as they could stop the sword venerable and get the peerless weapon, it didn't matter who they joined forces with. Be careful, that kid is very strange. Duan Tianqing came to the seventh elder's side and glanced in Lin Xian's direction. However, Lin Xian merely shrugged his shoulders and left the sword vault. The sword still belonged to the sword venerable, so he wouldn't make a move. Thus, he left the battle. The sword venerable was expressionless when he saw Lin Xian leave, but Duan Tianqing and the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's strength wasn't inferior to theirs. If they really wanted to fight, there would be a lot of trouble. Now that he had left, it couldn't be better for them. In the next moment, the three of them formed a triangle and rushed toward the sword venerable. It seems that I haven't fought for a long time, and the world has forgotten about this old man. The sword venerable said slowly, all right, I'll show you what a peerless weapon is today. With that, the sword venerable's aura became stronger and stronger. The light in his eyes was like a peerless sword that tore through the void. With a clang, it was as if a sword had been unsheathed, and the entire sky trembled. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword chi flew forward like a thunderbolt. As soon as the sword chi appeared, the surrounding cultivators all fell to the ground, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. With their strength, they couldn't resist the sword chi from the sword venerable. Duan Tianqing and the other two were the first to bear the brunt. Their expressions changed as they sensed danger. I, the unique and righteous. Duan Tianqing roared, and his body glowed brightly, forming a very thick defense that enveloped him. Beside him, the seventh elder and Zhu Qin didn't dare to be careless. They quickly circulated their spirit energy and formed a huge three-headed vermilion blood bird that covered their bodies. In the face of this terrifying sword, they had no choice but to use their strongest defense. The terrifying sword chi fell from the sky like the Milky Way, shattering the void wherever it passed. In the next moment, it slashed at Duan Tianqing and the other two, sending them flying. The green light on Duan Tianqing's body and the shadow of the divine bird on Seventh Elder's body rapidly cracked under the attack of the sword aura. The three of them felt their chi and blood churning. Many parts of their bodies were cut open by the sword chi. However, the three of them were Eighth Heaven Venerables after all. Furthermore, the three of them were very powerful when they joined forces. In the end, they successfully resisted the sword. However, they weren't happy at all because the single sword venerable had only moved his finger. He hadn't even taken out his weapon, yet he had already created such a power. This was not good news for them. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a dignified expression. As expected of a sword venerable, he was indeed terrifying. Although he didn't have much time left, he could still display such a terrifying combat strength. It was really shocking. However, Lin Xian's attention was quickly diverted. Under the perception of the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian seemed to find that something was summoning him. His gaze shifted from the battlefield in front of him to the gigantic heaven and earth smelt in the sky. That feeling seemed to be coming from the huge furnace. The huge furnace was extremely magical. Countless lava waterfalls fell from the entrance, forming a magnificent scene. The temperature was extremely terrifying. Even Seventh Heaven Venerables didn't dare to go near it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the fire used by the peerless figures in the past to refine weapons. A fire that could refine a peerless divine weapon was definitely extraordinary. Kid, what are you looking at? The dark red divine dragon asked from the side. I feel that there's something in the furnace. Something. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon became excited. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get it. That fire isn't easy to deal with. Lin Xian expressed his worries. What's the problem? Don't you have the 1,000-beast cauldron? Just absorb all the fire. Oh right, this fire is good stuff. It'll be very helpful for you to refine weapons. Use the 1,000-beast cauldron. Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, he would have to pay a huge price to use that thing. However, in the end, he sighed. All right. Because he really had no other choice now. Therefore, he quickly communicated with Zero. However, to his surprise, Zero didn't make any other requests this time. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief because the price of using the 1,000-beast cauldron was too great. If he could avoid it, he wouldn't use it. However, he didn't expect that there would be an exception this time. Soon, Lin Xian seemed to have figured it out. The fire in the furnace that day was probably also beneficial to the 1,000-beast cauldron. Since he had the support of the 1,000-beast cauldron, Lin Xian didn't delay any longer and quickly soared into the sky. His actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's Lin Xian doing? Why is he flying into the sky? Does he want to interfere too? That shouldn't be. That's not the direction of the battlefield. It looks like he's flying towards the huge furnace in the sky. No way, what's there to investigate about that furnace? Moreover, I'm afraid that even Seventh Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to go near that temperature. The group of people discussed animatedly, unable to understand. They didn't even think that it was a peerless divine weapon because they had already determined that the sword in front of the sword reverend was a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they didn't think that there was anything in the earth furnace that could surpass a peerless divine weapon. Not only were the surrounding cultivators puzzled, but even Enchanting and the other two were very surprised. However, they were still paying special attention to Lin Xian's actions. Damn it, what's that brat up to now? The seventh elder quickly sent a voice transmission while dodging the sword chi from the sword reverend. Who knows? Ignore him. I've already investigated that heaven and earth furnace. Even 8th heaven venerables wouldn't dare to go in. No matter how strong that brat is, he can't possibly avoid those flames. Hearing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Chen relaxed. Therefore, the three of them joined forces and quickly attacked the sword reverend. Under normal circumstances, the three of them wouldn't be able to defeat the sword reverend even if they joined forces. However, the black flames on the seventh elder and Zhu Chen's bodies were very strange. They actually resisted the sword chi from the sword reverend. Therefore, the current stalemate was created. The sword reverend's face was also gloomy. He originally didn't care about the 3 8th heaven venerables, but the black flames on their bodies were too strange. He had to be careful. These black flames seemed to have the aura of the heavenly netherbird. When did these two from the divine bird palace have a connection with the heavenly netherbird? The sword reverend's eyes flashed. He was very confused. The strength of the heavenly netherbird was obvious to all. Even if the sword reverend was at his peak, he might not be able to contend against it, let alone now. However, the two people in front of him clearly had the flames that only the heavenly netherbird possessed. He had to be careful. Chapter 12-14. No one stopped him. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Xian. He was very fast and arrived near the furnace in an instant. Then, he flipped his palm, and the thousand-beast cauldron appeared in the void. With a low shout, Lin Xian injected his spirit power into the thousand-beast cauldron. Then, the small black cauldron released a black glow. The birds and beasts on it swam continuously as if they were about to come to life. A powerful devouring force surged out and surged towards the flame furnace. Boom! Suddenly, the void trembled. Countless flames surged and spread in the sky. They seemed to be attracted by something and gathered towards the thousand-beast cauldron. What? He wants to absorb those flames. Is he crazy? No way, even an 8th heaven supremacy would avoid those flames. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't resist those flames. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. However, Enchanting and the rest sneered. This kid is really digging his own grave. I was still thinking of how to deal with him, but now he's courting death. That's even better. He'll be burned to death by those flames. We won't have to do anything. No one could understand Lin Xian's actions. They all thought that he was playing with fire. However, the dark red divine dragon, Zhao Shui, and Murong Qingqing were very calm because they knew Lin Xian's methods. Indeed, the terrifying flames in the sky did not burn Lin Xian. Instead, they were all sucked into the thousand-beast cauldron in his hand. Not a single one was left. In the huge furnace in the sky, the lava gradually decreased, gradually revealing the situation inside. There were countless fragments in the furnace. They were probably all scrap metal from failed weapon refinement. However, amidst the debris, a faint green glow could be seen. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw that green glow. He could sense that the aura that he had sensed previously was emitted by that green glow. It's not enough. Absorb more. Lin Xian continued to push the thousand-beast cauldron to absorb the flames inside. The green glow in front became brighter and brighter. In the end, even the ordinary cultivators could see it. Oh my God, what is that? Green glow. Is there really a treasure in that furnace? How could this be? How did that kid know? The group of people was extremely shocked. Enchanting and the other two had gloomy expressions. They hadn't expected Ling Xian to be able to absorb the flames. What shocked them even more was that there were other treasures within the flames. Although he still didn't know what the treasure was, it must be something extraordinary to be able to exist in such a huge furnace. As the flames in the furnace decreased, everyone could finally see what the green light was. It was a long sword. Its entire body was green, like an emerald, sparkling and translucent. The green longsword stood among the thousands of pieces of scrap metal. It was like a star, shining brightly. A peerless divine weapon. When Lin Xian saw the dark green sword, these words suddenly appeared in his mind. This was because he could feel an unusually sharp aura from it. As the flames dwindled and the green light grew brighter, Lin Xian became more and more certain that the venerable sword was not a peerless divine weapon. And this green long sword in front of him could very well be the true peerless godly weapon. Even the sword sovereign had noticed this. Suddenly, the sword sovereign sighed. He had already obtained a treasured sword. According to the rules of this place, he couldn't lay his hands on other treasured swords. Therefore, even if the green sword was a peerless divine weapon, he was probably not fated to obtain it. Enchanting and the others were even more shocked. They gave up on attacking the sword sovereign and stared at the dark green sword above them. A peerless divine weapon. That's the true peerless divine weapon. Enchanting roared excitedly. The seventh elder and Zhu Chen's faces darkened. They had been busy for half a day, risking their lives to fight the sword sovereign. In the end, they realized that the sword in their opponent's hand wasn't a peerless divine weapon. And their true target was in the sky. This made them want to vomit blood. However, it wasn't too late now. Since the peerless divine weapon had appeared, they had to obtain it. Only then could they complete the mission given to them by the Heaven Netherbird. The two of them let out a long howl as they rose from the ground and quickly flew towards the sky. They had to snatch the green treasured sword before Lin Xian did. However, just as they approached the green sword, their faces changed and they dodged to the side. Because the green sword felt threatened, it immediately began to hum. A dark green light shot into the sky as if it wanted to split the world in half. The sword chi was too terrifying. The sky couldn't withstand it. The terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. At this moment, they realized that this aura was exactly the same as the one they had felt in the outside world. Without a doubt, this green sword was a peerless divine weapon. The seventh elder and Zhu Chen's hearts beat wildly as they looked at the sword chi. They had almost been split in half by the sword chi. Fortunately, the Heaven Netherbird had left behind black flames to protect them. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. However, what made them feel at ease was that after the jade green treasured sword unleashed a shocking attack, it once again regained its calm, as if it had fallen silent. Seeing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Qin didn't delay any longer and quickly attacked again. Behind him, Enchanting also roared and charged over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and shot out several beams of sword chi toward Enchanting, the seventh elder, and the others. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Below, Sword Venerable didn't attack. He looked at the sky and then took a deep breath before returning to the deity Sword Villa's side. This scene shocked everyone. They didn't expect Sword Venerable to give up. Even the deity Sword Villa's people were confused. They asked in unison, "Elder Sword Venerable, are you really not going to fight for that peerless divine sword?" "Yes, with Elder's strength, you'll definitely get it if you attack." However, Sword Venerable shook his head slightly. Fate has already decided. We can't force it. The rules here are very firm. Don't resist. Otherwise, it might cause a hopeless disaster. Hearing this, the deity Sword Villa's disciples fell silent. They knew Sword Venerable very well. He was an extremely ancient existence. Since he said this, he must have his reasons. Don't worry. Although that peerless divine weapon is good, it's a double-edged sword. Obtaining it will increase our strength greatly, but it will also bring us endless trouble. Moreover, I feel that this sword is indeed extraordinary. According to my estimation, there should be an earth rank fragment in it. What? Earth rank fragment. Chapter 12:15. Since the Sword Venerable had spoken, the deity Sword Villa did not participate in the fight for the divine weapon. Hence, they retreated to the side and watched quietly. Although the other people around also had the same idea, they were not strong enough to fight against the flames in the sky. Hence, no one dared to act rashly. In an instant, only Lin Xian and the other three were left in the sky. Kid, I have to say that you're really lucky to have found an exceptional divine weapon. But your luck has come to an end because you can't get this exceptional divine weapon. It's destined to be mine. Duan Tianqing's voice was filled with excitement. On the other side, the seventh elder also said coldly, Kid, we won't let you get the exceptional sword. Faced with the three people's interception, Lin Xian did not say anything and directly used the dragon catcher hand. Spiritual energy surged and drew out two true dragons. They circled around each other and formed a huge hand that quickly grabbed forward. The dragon catcher hand was said to be able to capture true dragons. At this moment, Lin Xian used it to grab the exceptional divine sword in front of him. Seeing Lin Xian make a move, Duan Tianqing and the other two finally could not hold it in anymore. The three of them quickly charged toward Lin Xian. The three of them were very fast like lightning. Terrifying light rays were like sabers and sword shadows that quickly swept forward. Duan Tianqing's murderous aura soared into the sky. He quickly threw out the Overlord fist as if he wanted to punch Lin Xian to death. On the other side, the seventh elder and Zhu Qin joined forces and threw out two huge claws. They emitted a monstrous murderous aura as they quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The three of them were 8th level supremacies. At this moment, they attacked with all their might. However, in the face of such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian was expressionless. He only made one move, which was to grab the 1000-beast cauldron in his hand and swing it forward. Buzz! The absorbed flames in the 1000-beast cauldron also surged out quickly. The sea of fire filled the sky. The terrifying flames burned space and time. Countless sea of fire spread and formed waves. In an instant, the attacks from the three of them were burned to ashes in the sea of fire. Not only that, the flames were like illusions of dragons that quickly rushed toward the three of them and enveloped them. Ah! Damn it, break for me! Duan Tianqing roared madly. His body glowed brightly as he tried to break free from the terrifying flames. However, they had underestimated these flames. These flames were used by ancient powerhouses to refine peerless weapons. No one below the king level dared to touch them. It was only because Lin Xian had the 10,000-beast cauldron that he dared to try and subdue it. The 7th elder and the 8th elder roared madly. Black lines appeared on their bodies and quickly crawled all over their bodies. Then, a ball of black flames burned fiercely and enveloped them, quickly resisting the sea of fire that filled the sky. It was fine without the black flames. But as soon as the black flames appeared, the sea of fire seemed to be enraged. Suddenly, an incomparable radiance blossomed. More and more flames converged toward the two of them, and even Enchanting felt the pressure lessen significantly. Damn it, why is it like this? Seeing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Chen's faces turned extremely ugly. They had only wanted to use the black flames to resist, but they had not expected such an unforeseen event to occur. It was too late for them to withdraw now. This was because the surrounding flames had already completely covered them. If they withdrew the black flames now, the surrounding sea of fire would burn them to ashes. However, if they did not withdraw the black flames, they would attract more and more sea of fire. This was simply a situation of certain death. Therefore, the two of them were destined to die. In the end, they were mercilessly burned to ashes by the sea of fire, leaving nothing behind. Enchanting was lucky enough to escape with his life, but one of his arms was also burned to ashes. 3 great 8th-level curses, 2 dead and 1 injured. This scene shocked everyone. In particular, the cultivators from the deity Sword Villa were terrified. Fortunately, their Sword Venerable did not make a move. Otherwise, they would not have ended up well either. In the next moment, everyone looked at the figure in the sky with a horrified expression. This was too shocking. He had directly burned 2 8th-level supremacies to death. Probably no one would dare to provoke Lin Xian now, let alone have any ideas about the peerless sword. To be honest, Lin Xian was also very surprised by this result. This was because he could feel the power of this flame, which could threaten an 8th-level supremacies. However, it was impossible to completely burn them to death at that time. Of course, this was also the fault of the 2 people from the Divine Bird Palace. They used the black flames to attract the endless sea of fire, which caused this scene. However, this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. At least now, no one dared to stop him from obtaining the peerless sword. In the next moment, Lin Xian activated the 1000-beast cauldron and put the dark green sword into the cauldron. After doing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. With a flash, Lin Xian returned to the side of Zhao Shui and the others. After taking away the peerless sword, there was no point in staying here any longer. Therefore, he wanted to leave. However, the others did not think so. There were still many treasured swords in the place where the sword was hidden. They were all good things. They still wanted to try. Murong Qingqing did not leave either because many warriors in her family had not obtained any treasured swords yet. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left first, while the others searched for opportunities here. Lin Xian, where are we going? Zhao Shui asked. Just now, she had also obtained a half-earth level treasure. Although she did not use a sword, she could still get a lot of spirit stones after selling it outside. Let's find a safe place to rest. I want to take a look at the peerless sword over there. Previously, Lin Xian had only put it away and did not look at it carefully. Now that he had time, he must study it carefully. Soon, they found an empty hall, and then the dark red divine dragon set up a defensive array. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the 1000-beast cauldron again. Suddenly, a hot aura gushed out from the 1000-beast cauldron, accompanied by a sharp edge. A dark green longsword slowly appeared and floated in the void. It was like a dark green gem, incomparably deep. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there were countless small cracks on the sword. Not only that, the dark green sword was broken. 1/3 of the sword's tip was missing. It could be said that it was broken beyond repair. However, the aura emitted from it was unusually sharp, far surpassing that of a half-earth level treasure. Even the Lone Star sword could not compare. The dark red divine dragon also looked carefully from the side, then said slowly, "This should be an earth-level treasure, but it is very broken now." "What, you mean this is an earth-level treasure?" Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this peerless sword to have such a terrifying origin. He had seen the power of an earth-level treasure before. One had to know that the thousand-beast cauldron was an Earth-level treasure. Its power was definitely not something they could imagine. Chapter 12:16. However, unlike the 10,000-beast cauldron, this sword was severely damaged, so its power was greatly reduced. It was impossible for it to display the true power of an Earth-tier treasure. However, compared to a normal half-Earth-tier treasure, it was still much stronger. To the side, Zhao Shui also used her void sky eyes to observe carefully. She then said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid this sword cannot be used carelessly." "Oh. What did you find?" "There is not much energy left inside. It is barely enough to keep it from breaking. If this energy is released, I'm afraid the entire sword will break. At that time, this Earth-tier treasure will also break." "So that's how it is." Lin Xian was shocked. Zhao Shui's eye technique was unparalleled, so this information should be accurate. Then how many times can this sword be used if I want to display the sword energy that connected the heaven and earth? "Around 3 times. Zhao Shui carefully observed. 3 times. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. It should be enough. "What do you want to do with it?" Zhao Shui asked. "This sword is very powerful. It would be a waste to use it against normal martial artists. What do you think about using it against the heavenly netherbird?" "You want to deal with the heavenly netherbird?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Shui was very surprised. The terror of the heavenly netherbird was obvious to all. Even a king-level expert might not be able to take it down. But now, Lin Xian wanted to make a move against it. This was very shocking. However, when she thought of Lin Xian's various actions, Zhao Shui felt relieved. However, there was one thing that she was very confused about. Could this sword really hurt the heavenly netherbird? "I don't know if it can hurt it, but one thing is for sure. The heavenly netherbird is very wary of this sword. Otherwise, it would not have sent 2 people from the divine bird palace to steal it. With this sword, the power to deal with the heavenly netherbird would be a lot stronger." The next step was to find the key to the star chain. If he had it in his hand, the heavenly netherbird would be even more wary. Of course, they couldn't let those people break the array. Otherwise, they would be in danger when the heaven netherbird came in. Next, Lin Xian tried to find a way to control the sword. This treasured sword was completely dark green in color. It floated in the air, and on the hilt of the sword, the 2 words, "Tsang Song," were carved. The ashen pine sword. Could it be that this treasured sword was the weapon used by the peerless powerhouse in the past? When Lin Xian saw these 2 words, his heart also burned with passion. This powerhouse named Tsang Song was able to suppress even the heavenly netherbird back then. One could imagine how powerful he was. The sword he had left behind was absolutely terrifying. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion as he reached for the ashen pine sword. Normally, the ashen pine sword would flicker with light. Although its aura was fierce, it would always be concealed. However, the moment it received a threat from the outside world, the long sword would let out a hum, and dark green sword light would shoot up into the sky. Lin Xian used the phantom of the red lotus armor. Even so, he was still hurt by the sword qi. His blood and qi roiled, and cracks appeared on the phantom of the armor. This was only the sword qi emitted by the long sword. If it was controlled by someone else, it would probably be able to split open his red lotus armor. As expected of an earth-rank treasure. "It's really terrifying," Lin Xian exclaimed. Other than the complete 10,000 beast cauldron, he didn't have anything else that could compete with the other party. Of course, the great dragon sword soul was an exception. Feeling the violent sword qi, Lin Xian immediately used the great dragon sword soul. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword shadows flew forward, emitting deep dragon roars and sword cries. It was amazing. When the sword chi condensed by the great dragon sword's soul wrapped around the ashen pine sword, the latter no longer went berserk. Instead, it calmed down. Seeing this, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The great dragon sword's soul was indeed an offensive saint art. It was extremely mysterious. Even the powerful earth-rank treasure sword could only calm down in front of it. Taking a deep breath, countless dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around his palm. Then, Lin Xian grabbed forward. In the next moment, he grabbed the ashen pine sword in his hand. This time, the ashen pine sword did not resist. He circulated his spiritual energy slightly and poured it into the ashen pine sword. Then, the ashen pine sword bloomed. Countless green sword chi surged out and instantly dyed the palace green. Success! Seeing this, Zhao Shui also breathed a sigh of relief. Next, they had to find the key to remove the nebula chain. After removing the formation, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left the remote palace. Not long after they left, they encountered many warriors. The Shen family was leading them. When the people from the Shen family saw Lin Xian, their eyes lit up. They had no choice. Now, everyone knew that the peerless divine weapon was in Lin Xian's hands. That was a peerless divine weapon. It was something left behind by an ancient expert. One could imagine how precious it was. If anyone obtained it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. They could even bring their family to a higher level. This was especially so for the sovereign families. They had to obtain it. So now, they looked at Lin Xian with envy. When Lin Xian saw these people, he knew what they were thinking. He immediately snorted. Suddenly, an extremely dark green sword chi appeared behind him. The green sword chi emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was like the might of a king. Boom! Feeling this terrifying aura, the warriors in front suddenly trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was as if they were not facing a sword, but an extremely terrifying king. In an instant, the 9th, 11th, and 13th young masters all turned pale. This was especially so for the 9th young master. Other than fear, there was also a strong sense of jealousy in his eyes. Of course, under such circumstances, he did not dare to do anything. The elders of the Shen family were all shocked when they saw this scene. How is this possible? How long has it been? He can already control such a peerless divine weapon? They were simply too shocked. Although peerless divine weapons were powerful, they were not easy to subdue. This was especially true for weapons passed down from ancient times. Some even needed to be refined again. Therefore, in their opinion, although Lin Xian had obtained the peerless divine weapon, he would not be able to control it in a short period of time. This gave them a chance. If they planned carefully, they might be able to snatch the peerless divine weapon back from him. But now, they had completely given up. This was because from the current situation, Lin Xian had already controlled the peerless divine weapon. Otherwise, he would not have been able to emit that kind of sword chi. This made them extremely shocked. They could not understand how Lin Xian had managed to subdue the peerless divine weapon in such a short period of time. Chapter 12-17. Young Master, let's retreat first. The Shen cult's elder quickly advised. He was afraid that the 9th young master and the rest would rush forward. All right. Facing the terrifying sword Dao Qi, the 9th young master and the rest did not dare to take the risk. They immediately led the group away. Seeing the Shen family's cultivators leave, the surrounding cultivators felt as if they were dreaming. The King family had been scared away without even making a move. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. The King family was the top force in the Tianwu continent. They were existences that everyone could only look up to. But now, someone had used his aura to scare away the King family. This was the dream of every cultivator. However, Lin Xian was probably the only one who could do such a thing. Seeing the Shen family leave, Lin Xian felt great. Once upon a time, the King family was like a mountain that he could only look up to. But now, he had grown to the point where he could fight against the King family. Of course, he knew that the King family was terrifying and could not only be this strong. But in the remote sky's secret realm, he was not afraid of anyone. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he looked around and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I want to remind you that we are not enemies. There is no need to fight to the death the moment we meet. Our common enemy is the heavenly nether bird. Don't forget that if we can't find a way in a month, the heavenly nether bird will appear and none of us will be able to survive." Hearing this, many cultivators' faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. That's right. They had only been fighting for treasures and had forgotten that they were still in danger. They were still under the threat of the heavenly nether bird. In a month's time, the heavenly nether bird would appear. The heavenly nether bird was extremely terrifying. None of them would be able to stop it. When the heavenly nether bird appeared, they would have no way to survive. Seeing everyone's pale faces, Lin Xian said again, "Of course, you don't have to be so emotional. As long as we find the Star Chain's key, there might be a glimmer of hope." The Star Chain's key. That's right. The heavenly nether bird was bound by the mysterious Star Chain. As long as they found the Star Chain's key, they would have the qualifications to negotiate with the heavenly nether bird. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes regained their luster. Many of them clenched their fists and swore to find the key to the Star Chains. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone's emotions had been roused. The Pine Hall was actually quite big. If it was just Lin Xian searching by himself, it might have taken a lot of effort. However, things were different now. With so many people searching together, it wouldn't take long for them to find the location of the stellar key. This way, it would save him the trouble of looking for it. When the time came, he would only need to break the array formation. Sure enough, in the following days, other than searching for treasures, they also set off a trend of searching. Because this matter was closely related to everyone's lives, no one dared to be careless. In the end, after everyone's hard work, they ruled out other places and finally locked onto 2 places. These 2 places were completely different. One was in the north, and the other was in the south. The only thing they had in common was that these 2 places were protected by powerful spirit arrays. They should be the core of the entire Deep Pine Palace. The one in the south was called the Pine Tree Pavilion and the one in the north was called the Star Pavilion. This news was like a hurricane that instantly spread throughout the entire Pine Palace. In an instant, everyone knew about it. However, these people didn't make a move. Instead, they began to discuss intensely. This was because they didn't have much time left. Moreover, the spirit arrays were so powerful that with their strength, they could only break through one place. As such, it was extremely important to break through the spirit arrays. Many people chose the Star Pavilion because from its name, it was obvious that this pavilion was related to the stellar chains. It was very likely that the key to the stellar chains was hidden inside. Once they had the key, they would have the qualifications to negotiate with the heavenly netherbird. However, there were others who didn't think so. As far as they were concerned, whether or not they could break the astral chains was meaningless to them. This was because even if the heavenly netherbird had the stellar chains, they couldn't contend with it with their strength. As such, breaking through the stellar chains was extremely unimportant. Instead, it was the other pavilion that attracted their attention. The Pine Tree Pavilion. This place was called the Pine Palace, and the sword that Lin Xian obtained was also called the Pine Tree Pavilion. It was obvious that the name Pine Tree was the name of the ancient powerhouse. Since the pavilion was named Pine Tree, it could be said to be the most important place in the entire Pine Palace. Presumably, there was a spirit array defense room that controlled the entire Big Dipper formation. Moreover, according to these people's estimates, the Pine Palace didn't only have a spirit array defense room. There were also other treasures, such as cultivation techniques and secret manuals. This was because after searching for so long in the Pine Palace, they had obtained many heavenly treasures and even weapons. However, they hadn't obtained any cultivation techniques. Thinking about it, those cultivation methods should be hidden in this Pine Palace. As such, these people desperately wanted to enter the Pine Palace. In an instant, the people were divided into two factions and they fought endlessly. Those who supported breaking through the Pine Tree Pavilion were the Palace of War and the Shin clan, the two sovereign clans. There were also the Divine Bird Palace and many other rank 6 sects. Those who supported the Star Pavilion were the Murong clan and the Merry Forest. There were also many rank 6 clans supporting them. It could be said that both sides were evenly matched and no one could convince the other. In the end, these people decided to split up. The Palace of War and the Shin clan led a group of warriors to the Pine Palace in the south. The Murong clan and the Merry Forest teamed up to break through the Star Pavilion in the north. After Lin Xian heard this news, he narrowed his eyes. However, in the end, he chose to go to the Star Pavilion. This was because even if they found the Spirit Array defense room, they wouldn't be able to stop the Heavenly Netherbird. If that was the case, it would be better to find the key to break through the star chain. Lin Xian brought the dark red divine dragon and flew towards the Star Pavilion with Zhao Shui. Not long after, they saw a blue pagoda. The pagoda was tall and majestic. The material on the outside was like the stars, shining brightly. Not only that, they also saw a complicated spirit array that covered the entire Star Pavilion. In other words, they could only enter if they broke through the spirit array. Everyone, we can only break through the spirit array if we work together. Murong Qingqing's expression was very serious. After that, the Murong clan and the Merry Forest sent out spirit array masters. They worked together with other warriors who were proficient in spirit arrays and began to research a common way to break through the spirit array. Chapter 12:18. At the same time, the God of War Palace and the Shin family also arrived at the Pine Pavilion in the north. It was a very simple and unadorned pavilion. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura, as well as a terrifying pressure. That kind of pressure even surpassed that of a king. This made these people very excited. A secret manual left behind by an ancient expert was definitely a rare treasure. If they could obtain one or two of it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Thinking of this, these people were also excited and quickly formed a team to crack it. In an instant, both sides were in full swing. On the Star Pavilion side, the dark red dragon held his chin and continued to study. Lin Xian's expression was also serious as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that this array is not inferior to the Big Dipper array outside." Indeed, it is not as simple as the Big Dipper array outside. The dark red dragon nodded, but this time, our situation is better because we still have enough time. Although they were under threat now, they still had a month's time. They were not like last time when they were under the Heaven Netherbird's feet. They believed that with the dark red dragon's ability, they should be able to crack it. If that's the case, then we won't delay any longer. Lin Xian stopped his work and said loudly, "Everyone, how is your research going? This array is too exquisite. As expected of an ancient array. Yeah, I have never seen such a profound array in my life. It will be very difficult to crack it. Why don't you let me think about it?" The group of array masters looked troubled. Indeed, with their strength, it was too difficult to crack this ancient array. However, they all looked at Lin Xian and said, "Kid, how did you enter the Big Dipper array last time?" "Yeah, we couldn't even crack that array." "How did you get in? Are you an array master? Or do you have an array master with you?" Everyone looked at Lin Xian with suspicion. However, Lin Xian smiled, "I do have an array master with me. If you can listen to his orders, you might be able to crack this array quickly." "What? There really is an array master? Where is he? Hurry and ask him to come out. This old man must learn well from him." The group of formation grandmasters were all excited. It couldn't be helped. The other party was an array formation grandmaster that could break the Big Dipper formation. His strength far surpassed theirs. If they could befriend such a person, perhaps their array formation standards would increase greatly. This was an opportunity that might not be encountered even in 100 years. Therefore, these people were abnormally excited. "Alright, Ruffian Dragon, it's your turn," Lin Xian said as he waved his hand. "Alright, I'll reluctantly teach them." The dark red dragon walked out with its head held high and its chest puffed out. "Since you have sincerely asked for my guidance, this emperor will be merciful and tell you." "That's right, I am that formation master." Puff! Hearing this, everyone's saliva sprayed out, especially those array masters. All of them widened their eyes and their beards curled up. "Brat, you dare to tease this old man. Damned snake, how dare you take advantage of me." The group of formation masters stomped their feet in anger. Seeing this scene, the dark red dragon was also unhappy. A group of ignorant humans. This is really infuriating. You don't cherish such a good opportunity. Seeing so many array masters arguing with a snake, the surrounding people were all stunned. "Lin Xian, what the hell are you doing?" The elders were also very confused. However, Lin Xian shrugged, pointed at the dark red dragon, and said, "I told you, this is the formation master you're looking for." Hearing this, those array masters were so angry that their noses became crooked. Fine, fine, fine. I want to see what kind of tricks a snake can play. Brat, I'm really angry. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for not letting you go. A snake knows about formations. Are you dreaming? Don't tell me you haven't woken up yet. The group of people didn't believe it. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Then, it turned around and pointed at the formation in front of it. "Do you know what formation this is?" "This is the Migres flight formation. This formation has a total of 124 variations. Among them, there are only 2 life gates. The other places are all death grounds. If you take a wrong step, you'll be doomed eternally. Moreover, this formation absorbs the power of the stars and contains the 5 elements art. It can be said to be very complicated. It's not something you people can understand." The dark red dragon's words silenced those array masters, and the surrounding warriors looked at each other. Judging from the other party's boastful manner, it didn't seem like a liar. Could it really be an array master? But how was that possible? A snake was actually an array master? They couldn't accept this. Those array masters were very shocked because what the dark red dragon said was completely correct. They had never even heard of some of them. "Then, what method do you have to crack it?" An old man asked in a trembling voice. "Use the twin yin-yang formation and the reverse 5 elements art to crack it." The dark red dragon said snappily, "I reckon you don't know these 2 things at all. You might not even have heard of them." This time, those array masters didn't mock it. Instead, they were shocked. Then, they all screamed, "What? The twin yin-yang formation? That's a lost formation. You really know the twin yin-yang formation. Those old men were very excited. They only knew the reverse 5 elements art, and the twin yin-yang formation was only heard of in legends. But they had never seen it before. Now, there was actually a snake that knew the twin yin-yang formation. They couldn't help but be shocked and puzzled at the same time. The dark red dragon curled its lips, then stretched out its dragon claws and waved them in the air. Suddenly, 2 balls of black and white gas appeared on the dragon claws. They kept spinning and finally formed a yin-yang image. That's right. It's really the twin yin-yang formation. This scene is exactly the same as in the legends. Great God, you're really a great God. Senior, I've offended you just now. Please don't take offense. Great God, are you still taking in disciples? What do you think of me? It's okay if you don't take in disciples. I can be your underling. I can even serve tea. At this moment, a group of array formation masters had gathered around the dark red divine dragon and were shrieking. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. That was an array master. He was an existence that all the major forces treated like a guest of honor. Normally, he was also highly respected. But now, they didn't look like masters at all. They looked like a group of children. The elders from the Morone clan and Merry Woods twitched their mouths. Chapter 12:19. Alright, stop arguing. Line up properly. The dark red dragon god waved his hand impatiently. Alright, great God, we'll listen to you. Instantly, the array masters lined up neatly. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's jaws dropped even further. Were they still array masters? Why did it feel like they were more obedient than the disciples? It was not that they did not understand, but the world was changing too quickly. The dark red dragon god nodded in satisfaction. He then waved his hand and said, "Next, I'll assign you a task. You must complete it well. If I'm satisfied, I can teach you a thing or two." Really? Hearing this, the array masters were excited. Great God, don't worry. We promise to complete the task. Alright, let's cut to the chase. The dark red dragon god commanded. You stand in the direction of the fire gate. You stand in the direction of the water gate. You stand in the direction of the earth gate. The dark red dragon god commanded quickly. Very quickly, the array masters stood in different positions. Next, use the reverse 5 elements technique to break it. I'll use the twin yin-yang formation to help you. With that, the dark red dragon god waved his dragon claws and formed a black and white array. In the next moment, the array masters worked together and quickly broke it. As time passed, the chi in the entire Hidden Sky's secret realm became tense. This was because they did not have much time left. Soon, the heavenly Netherbird would break the Big Dipper's 7 stars formation outside and enter the Pine Palace. When that time came, it would be their doomsday. As for whether they could stop the heavenly Netherbird, it would depend on their luck. At the Pine Palace, the array masters from the God of War Palace and the Shin family led a group of people to quickly study it. However, they did not make any substantial progress. Up ahead, a group of formation masters surrounded the extremely profound formation and sighed incessantly. Some of them even pulled out their hair. How is it? Still no clue. Duan Tianqing asked. At this moment, he was still tall and straight, but his empty sleeve was a little desolate. This was the arm that was burned off in the battle with Lin Xian. Although he still had an undying golden pill, he did not dare to use it. Because he still had to face the heavenly Netherbird, he had to save his life at the last moment. Therefore, this arm had not grown out yet. However, it was clear that Duan Tianqing was not in the mood to care about his arm. He stared straight ahead and asked about the array formation. The array master from the Palace of Ares shook his head and sighed. It's not that we don't want to break it, but we really don't have a clue. This array is too profound. It's an ancient array. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to break it. But don't worry, we've found some clues. We should be able to take action in a few days. Okay, you have to hurry. You must break the formation before the heaven serene bird comes in. Enchanting said in a deep voice. Don't worry, we won't joke around with our lives. However, whether or not it can be broken will depend on the will of the heavens. The array master from the Palace of Gods of War sighed. Then, he walked forward and continued his research. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere at Deep Pine Hall, the Star Pavilion on the other side was in full swing. Under the lead of the dark red divine dragon, a group of array masters began to crack the array. Soon, they were able to break through the formation like a hot knife through butter. Ha, great God, you're too strong. You can even break such an ancient array. That's right, Senior. I have a whole new level of respect for you. I didn't expect your technique to be so exquisite. I didn't expect it to be like this. I feel like I've wasted all these years. The group of array masters was very excited. They were as excited as children. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon was proud. Not bad, not bad. You've all done well. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. With the dark red divine dragon's command, Lin Xian and the rest didn't have to do anything. They just quietly cultivated. After all, no one knew what was going on in the Star Pavilion. It had been 7 days since they started to crack the array. They had also cracked more than half of the array in front of them. After another 3 days, the array in front of them was finally broken. Ha 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 ha. It's finally broken. The dark red divine dragon was like an old monster as he roared non-stop. The array masters also waved their fists in excitement. Godly skill, it's really godly. Oh my God, I actually cracked the ancient array with my own hands. I'm not dreaming, am I? Just this experience alone is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. The array masters were too excited. The people around them were even more shocked. They didn't expect to crack the ancient array in just 10 days. This was much better than they had expected. Since it's cracked, let's go in. Lin Xian stood up. His eyes were shining. After that, the group of people carefully moved forward. At the same time, there was good news from the Pine Pavilion. Everyone, we finally found a way to crack it. I believe that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to crack it. One of the array masters roared excitedly. It wasn't easy. They had thought about it for 10 days and their hair had turned white. Finally, they came up with a solution. Enchanting and the others were also excited. They said anxiously, no matter what method we use, we must break the array. If you have any requests, just tell us. We will definitely help you. They were too excited because not only was there an array control room inside the Pine Pavilion, but there were also countless cultivation technique manuals. Those were the real peerless treasures. Not only could they enjoy them, but they could also bring them back for their family disciples to learn and strengthen their family. Those idiots still want to crack the Star Pavilion. What's in there? How can it compare to the Pine Pavilion? That's right. Those are cultivation technique manuals left behind by an ancient powerhouse. If I can learn them, I will definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. Yan Feng gritted his teeth. Until now, he had not fully recovered from his injuries. It was all thanks to Lin Xian. Therefore, when he thought of that figure, he was filled with murderous intent. It was laughable that they didn't know that Lin Xian and the others had already entered the Star Pavilion. If they knew, they would probably be in the mood to cry. On the other side, Lin Xian led the group into the Star Pavilion. It had to be said that the Star Pavilion was indeed magical. After they entered, they found that they didn't believe in the pavilion at all. Beneath their feet and the ceiling were all blue. It was as if countless stars were twinkling in the sky. The surrounding walls were incomparably deep and there were shooting stars streaking across from time to time. It was as if they had entered a boundless starry sky instead of a tall building. It's amazing. It's so beautiful. It's like a real starry sky. The group was amazed. Chapter 12:20. In the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as though a bolt of lightning flashed past. These stars don't seem ordinary. Lin Xian looked at the starry sky around him carefully and seemed to have realized something. Both of you, try to feel it. Maybe you'll find something, Lin Xian said to Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui. The two of them believed in Lin Xian's words and tried to feel the starry sky around them carefully. You don't say. I did find something, Murong Qingqing said as she blinked her beautiful eyes. Yeah, I also felt a mysterious power. Zhao Shui nodded. The dark red divine dragon also looked around and said, Kid, this place is very strange. It seems like there's only this space. You mean there's nothing else but this starry sky? Lin Xian asked. Yes, the entire Star Pavilion is filled with this starry sky. Other than that, there's nothing else. If we want to find the key to the star chain, we'll have to start from this starry sky. Soon, everyone knew about the mysteries of the starry sky. Then, some people were pleasantly surprised. They were happy because the space was very mysterious and had a mysterious power. As long as they tried to feel it, they might gain something. But they were worried because it would be difficult to find the key to the star chain in such a mysterious place. But no matter what, they had to give it a try. So, many people sat cross-legged and tried to feel the starry sky around them. Many people even tried to feel the existence of the key to the starry sky. Lin Xian put his hands behind his back and looked around. Looking at the boundless starry sky, he was filled with emotions. Gradually, his horizons were broadened. Especially the meteors that flashed by, it reminded him of a sword move, meteors from the heavens. Could it be that the starry sky map here contains a martial arts technique? Lin Xian's heart jumped because he realized that the meteors were similar to his sword move. They were so fast and flashed by. They were dazzling but short-lived. Maybe it's possible. Lin Xian kept looking. Gradually, he found some patterns in the meteors, as if the stars were moving along a certain path. The meteors seemed to have turned into swords, flying through the sky like a rain of swords. Gradually, Lin Xian entered a state of selflessness. Not only him, but Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui had also entered a mysterious state. Even the dark red dragon was grinning widely. Everyone seemed to have gained something from the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. On this day, Lin Xian suddenly awoke from his comprehension, and clarity returned to his eyes. Then, he took a deep breath and a boundless aura erupted from his body. It was like a sea of stars, incomparably deep. As Lin Xian moved, Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui also opened their eyes. I seem to have sensed a mysterious power of stars. I wonder what you guys have sensed. Murong Qingqing asked. Eyes of stars. Those eyes seem to contain a mysterious power. Zhao Shui's eyes sparkled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, saw a sword technique. It was as vast as a sea of stars. What I saw was the Big Dipper formation. The dark red dragon also joined in. Hearing these different answers, everyone fell silent and fell into deep thought. It seems that the starry sky is even more mysterious than we thought. It can let us see different things. Moreover, these things are very suitable for us. Zhao Shui sighed. As expected of something left behind by an ancient peerless powerhouse. It's really mysterious. Murong Qingqing was also very shocked. Lin Xian was a little worried because he still hadn't found any trace of the Stardust Chain Key. Was there really a Stardust Chain Key here? The surrounding people also had the same doubts. Although they had obtained many benefits, they still hadn't found the most important key. If you want to find the key, you have to walk out of this starry sky. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded. Walk out of this starry sky. How? Lin Xian was puzzled. That will depend on your own comprehension. After saying that, Zero went silent. My own comprehension and walk out of this starry sky. Hearing this, Lin Xian pondered. This starry sky was in the Star Pavilion. Walking out of the Star Pavilion meant walking out of this starry sky. However, Zero obviously didn't mean that. Moreover, it was impossible for there to be a key outside the Star Pavilion. In other words, if he had to walk out of this starry sky, he had to be in the Star Pavilion. Only then could he find the most important key. It seemed that there were other spaces in the Star Pavilion other than this starry sky. It was just that they hadn't been discovered yet. After figuring this out, Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword as he quickly scanned his surroundings. However, he only saw a boundless night sky. Everyone, I don't know if you have a way to walk out of this starry sky. In the end, Lin Xian told everyone about this so that they could collectively think of a way. In the following period of time, everyone tried to walk out of this starry sky. Some people ran madly in one direction, but in the end, they realized that they were still under this starry sky. It was as if this starry sky was boundless and was truly a vast universe. No, we can't run out at all. This starry sky can't be an independent space, right? If that's really the case, who knows how big this space is? I just flew for a while. With my speed, I can already fly out of the Pine Palace. However, I still can't fly out of this starry sky. Could this be a real starry sky? Everyone was extremely surprised because they couldn't think of a way to walk out of this starry sky. Of course, other than exiting the Star Pavilion. Even the older generation members of the King clans were frowning. Could it be that there's also a formation inside, similar to an illusion formation? Although we're running in one direction, under the effects of the formation, we're just going in circles on the spot. A formation master proposed such an idea. It's possible. This is definitely an illusion formation. Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement because this was the only way that made sense. However, the dark red divine dragon shook his head. It's not a formation because I don't feel the power of a formation. This should be an even more mysterious existence. Who was the dark red divine dragon? He was a formation master and the person who led them here. Therefore, they believed his words. Everyone believed him without a doubt. If it's not a formation, then what is it? Everyone was puzzled. Then, they stayed here again for 3 days and 3 nights to study carefully. However, they still didn't find anything. Not only that, but they also encountered new trouble. Oh no, we can't find the way back. Damn it, that door is gone. What? The door is gone. Chapter 12:21. At this moment, the scenery around them was like a real starry sky. There were stars everywhere, boundless and boundless. It was as if they were really in the universe. Damn it, are we really trapped here? Someone roared madly, unwilling to give up, and attacked the void. However, their attack seemed to have sunk into the sea, not causing any waves. Next, they tried various methods, but they could not find the way back. It was as if they had really been exiled into the void of the universe. Gradually, they seemed to have lost track of time. No one knew how long had passed. From what they knew, it seemed like a month had passed. At this time, the heavenly netherbird outside had already entered, but the star pavilion they were in did not receive any attacks, nor did they find any movements. Therefore, they really did not know what was happening outside. Gradually, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years, everyone was completely lost in the starry sky. In the end, they decided that they could not sit still and wait for death. They had to find a way out. Therefore, they set off in one direction. This time, they would not stop until they got out. However, they seemed to have walked for 3 years, but they still could not see the end. This made countless people despair, and many people even had white hair overnight. No, if this continues, I'm afraid we will really die here. A few of the elders from the king families were worried because they found that the spiritual energy and vitality in their bodies were quickly disappearing. Even some of the older ones' vitality had begun to wither. Now, everyone no longer had the fighting spirit they had before. All they had was endless despair and fear. Lin Xian seemed to have become silent. He had been trying to find a way out, but he had tried all of them, and none of them had succeeded. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which allowed him to stay awake at all times. Therefore, he did not lose his fighting spirit like the others around him. However, it was not a solution to continue like this. Lin Xian, do you have any ideas? Are we really going to be trapped here until we die? Zhao Shui also frowned. On the other side, Murong Qingqing also pulled a long face and did not say a word. Don't worry, things are not as bad as we think. Although it seems like many years have passed, it hasn't actually been that long. What did you find? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Murong Qingqing asked in confusion. Although the blood and qi of those elders has withered and become incomparably old, have you all noticed that our cultivation hasn't increased by much? It is true that those elders have aged. However, we are all quite talented. Under normal circumstances, we would have reached the 8th or 9th heavenly layer of exalted realm in 30 to 50 years. But now, our cultivation is still stuck at the same place. Don't you think it's strange? As soon as these words came out, it immediately woke up many people. Especially Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui, their bodies trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. That's right. Lin Xian was right. With our aptitude, I'm afraid we would have already advanced. But now, they didn't advance, which meant that there was a problem with the timing. If there was a problem with time, it meant that what they had experienced before was an illusion. It's not all an illusion. At least our mental states have changed, Lin Xian explained. However, he didn't say anything after that. Instead, he began to comprehend again because he seemed to have found some clues. The endless starry sky, the vast universe, lost oneself. Could this be an examination of one's will? Lin Xian guessed. It was very likely. After such a long time, if one's will wasn't firm enough, they would have collapsed long ago. It could be seen from the surrounding cultivators. However, he remained firm and didn't waver, but he still didn't walk out of the starry sky. In other words, this wasn't an examination of one's will. Then what is it? Lin Xian frowned. He kept looking around at the starry sky and fell into endless thought. He wanted to ask Zero, but he gave up in the end. He had to rely on himself for this matter. However, it was this process that made his heart skip a beat. Zero was in the mysterious space in his body, and the mysterious space in his body was in the sword-shaped pendant. It was a miracle in itself. A finger-sized sword-shaped pendant actually contained a world. It was even bigger than the space opened up by those ancient powerhouses. It was really amazing. A flower, a world, and everything had a spirit. Lin Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have grasped the key. The vast starry sky was endless, and the universe was even more boundless. However, it was very likely that it was just a leaf or a flower. It was even possible that the entire universe was contained in a pavilion. Lin Xian also had a magical world in his body. That world also had endless space. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a confident smile. I am the universe, and the universe is me. This is both real and illusory. After saying that, Lin Xian took a step forward. This step seemed to cross time and space, as if he had stepped through eternity. In the next moment, light appeared around Lin Xian. The scene was no longer a vast starry sky, but an ordinary pavilion. We're out. Lin Xian was extremely excited. He looked up and found that it was an empty hall that could accommodate everyone. Everyone else was in the center of the hall. Their bodies were like statues, and everyone had a confused look on their faces. There was a huge star pattern under their feet. They had all gone out, but they had never stepped out of the star pattern. Is this a formation? Lin Xian looked ahead and was extremely shocked. But very quickly, he denied this thought. Because it didn't look like an array, it looked more like a painting. No way, a painting can actually create such a terrifying scene. It's as if it's real. Everyone is lost in it. This method is too terrifying. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. What kind of terrifying powerhouse would have to have such a heaven-defying method? After getting rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, the most important thing now was to find the key to the astral chains. He looked around and found a stone platform in front of him. On the stone platform, there was a blue stone that looked like a real star fragment. Could this be the key to the astral chains? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly came to the front of the stone platform and then grabbed the blue stone in his hand. The stone didn't have any tough edges. It felt warm to the touch. Just as Lin Xian picked up the blue stone, the people in the hall behind him screamed. It's gone. The stars have disappeared. Oh my God, we're saved. Thank the heavens for giving me a chance to be reborn. The group of people was extremely excited. They felt as if they had just survived a disaster. Where's Lin Xian? Chapter 12:22. Over there. Zhao Shui stretched out her jade-like hand and pointed to the front. Then, everyone looked forward and realized that Lin Xian was indeed there. Could it be that Lin Xian was the first to come out? In that case, it was Lin Xian who saved us. Everyone was astonished and shocked in their hearts. This was too unbelievable. Even so many elders and seniors did not come out, but Lin Xian walked out of the starry sky. How did he do it? Lin Xian only smiled at this question, then pointed to the ground beneath their feet. This is a starry sky pattern. The Murong family elder exclaimed. Could this pattern be a formation? Soon, a group of formation masters studied it. However, they realized that it was not a formation that they knew of. Perhaps it was a formation of a higher level. However, the Crimson Divine Dragon shook his head frantically. There was even a tinge of fear in his eyes. It's definitely not a formation. It's just a pattern. Damn it, who could have such a heaven-defying method? He was too shocked because he could not do such a thing. What? It's a pattern. You're saying that we were in the pattern all along. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. After hearing this news, everyone was shocked beyond words. A pattern, just a pattern, had trapped all of them. If not for Lin Xian, they would have been trapped here for the rest of their lives. Who on earth is it? How could he have such terrifying means? The royal family elders were shocked. Even a king would not have such a method. The group was shocked beyond words. They felt that this place was filled with mystery and strangeness. Right, did you get the key to the starry sky chain? Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian. I got it. Lin Xian opened his palm, revealing the blue stone inside. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although they had encountered some dangerous situations, they had obtained the key to the starry sky chain. This way, they would have some confidence in facing the heavenly Netherbird. Since they had obtained the key, everyone left the Star Pavilion. The next thing they needed to do was to wait for the heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian had succeeded, but the situation at Sangsong Pavilion was not optimistic. Ever since the last time, those formation masters had been researching non-stop and finally found a way, so they hurriedly took action. However, the defensive formation was even more powerful than they'd imagined. Thus, in the past few days, they'd only managed to break through a small part of it. If they wanted to completely break through it, it would likely take them 2 to 3 months. Half a month later, the heavenly Netherbird would break the Big Dipper's 7-star formation and enter the Pine Palace. Therefore, it was impossible for them to complete it within half a month. For a moment, everyone's face was incomparably gloomy. No, we don't have enough people. If this goes on, we won't be able to break the formation. Why don't we go look for the people from the Murong family and Merry Woods? I think that only by working together, we'll be able to quickly break the spell. Duan Tianxing frowned and said in a low voice, all right, let's discuss it with them. Very quickly, a few martial artists ran towards the Star Pavilion. This small team was led by a formation master and 3 7th-rank supremacies. They were very fast and soon arrived near the Star Pavilion. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. This was because they'd expected the other party to be the same as them, unable to break the formation. But now, it seemed that something was amiss. This was because those people were sitting cross-legged on the ground, silently cultivating. However, they didn't have any anxious expressions on their faces. This made them very surprised. One had to know that they were about to go crazy over there, but there was no movement from this side at all. It was really too strange. Who's sneaking around? Get out here. Just as the formation master from the Palace of Gods of War was observing, the elder from the Murong family suddenly opened his eyes and snorted coldly. Don't be agitated, it's us. The formation master from the Palace of Gods of War walked out with 3 martial artists. He didn't want to be misunderstood and be attacked by those people. It's you. Many people present recognized the formation master. Among them, the elder from the Murong family frowned. Weren't you guys trying to break the formation in the Pine Pavilion? Why are you here? To be honest, that formation is too difficult to break. Our people are familiar with it, but they can't break it in a short period of time. So, I think we should work together and break the formation together. This way, we can definitely break the formation before the Sky Netherbird comes. Otherwise, we'll all die here. I knew you couldn't break it, but what does that have to do with me? The formation master from the Murong family said coldly, you guys were the ones who insisted on splitting up, and now you want to join up. Do you think the Palace of Gods of War can control everyone? It wasn't just the Murong family. Even the elder from the Merry Woods was displeased. They were all king families. What right did the Palace of Gods of War have to join up and split up? What right did they have to listen to you? I know that both of your families are displeased, but now is not the time to be loyal. If that formation can't be broken, none of us can escape. You're thinking too much. We don't need you to care about our business. The elder from the Murong family coldly refused. The others also sneered, as if they didn't care about the threat that was about to come. You guys are a bunch of idiots. Don't you know what kind of danger you're in? Seeing that they weren't moved, the formation master from the Palace of Gods of War was furious. Since you guys don't want to cooperate, then don't blame us. When we break the formation, don't come begging us. With that, he coldly snorted and left with his people. Seeing them leave, the cultivators from the Murong family and Mary Wood sneered. They didn't care about the other party's threat. One had to know that they had already broken the formation and obtained the star keys. When the time comes, it was hard to say who would beg who. However, the elders were worried. Young Master Lin, are we really not going to cooperate with them? Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head. It's best if we don't open the Pine Pavilion. Otherwise, if we destroy the control room, we'll be in trouble. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the heavenly Netherbird will come in early. In such a short time, we won't be able to control the Star Beast. Then we'll have no way to survive. Hearing this, the other elders nodded. Indeed, the formation was very important and they couldn't destroy it. If that's the case, then we won't go help. We'll stay here and watch. But I hope that the star keys can really control the heavenly Netherbird. Chapter 12:23. Also, we won't fight the heavenly Netherbird head-on. We just need to hold it back. After all, it won't be long before we're transported out. As long as we can hold on for a while, we can leave safely. The day they left was around the same time as the heavenly Netherbird's arrival, which was 3 to 5 days later. As long as they could hold on for a few days, they would be transported out. On the other side, the array master from the Palace of Gods of War angrily returned to the Tsangsong Pavilion. He told them what had happened, which immediately caused those people to be dissatisfied. What? You're saying that the Murong clan didn't cooperate? Damn it, those idiots. They don't want to live anymore. We don't need them. We'll break it ourselves. As long as we break the array, they'll definitely kneel down and beg us. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were furious. Then, they gathered everyone to break the array. They all began to act. They didn't dare to hold back anymore. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the heavenly Netherbird's arrival arrived. The Tsangsong Pavilion had been busy for half a month, but they still couldn't break the array. Now, they were like frosted eggplants. Each of them sat on the ground with a face of despair. The Star Pavilion. Lin Xian opened his eyes and adjusted himself to his peak state. He knew that they would soon have to face the heavenly Netherbird. This was a matter of life and death. If they could hold on, then they could leave safely. Otherwise, they would all die here. Fortunately, they weren't completely unprepared. At least he still had the stellar key in his hand, and after half a month of research, he could already control the stellar key. Not only that, he also had the Tsangsong sword. This was something that the heavenly Netherbird was wary of. Thinking about it, these two together could restrain the heavenly Netherbird. If it really didn't work, he could still control the Thousand Beast Cauldron. This was his biggest trump card. After all, the Thousand Beast Cauldron was a complete Earth rank artifact. It also had a special suppressive effect on monsters. Although he couldn't use the full power of the Thousand Beast Cauldron with his current strength, it could still be useful. After all, Lin Xian's goal wasn't just to restrain the heavenly Netherbird. He also wanted its essence blood and black flames. The sky was clear and cloudless. However, it suddenly became gloomy. Countless gusts of wind blew, emitting demonic sounds. Suddenly, everyone felt an oppressive aura. It was as if a peerless demon had been born. That aura made them despair. Bang bang bang. After that, a deep voice rang out. Then, the entire Pine Palace shook violently as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Immediately after, a low voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Lowly worms, have you completed your mission?" Hearing this voice, many of the martial artists in Pine Pavilion began to tremble. This was because they had not completed their mission. On the Star Pavilion side, Lin Xian and the others held their breaths. They had obtained the Star Key, but that didn't mean that they would obediently hand it over to the Heavenly Netherbird. However, if they didn't hand it over to the Heavenly Netherbird, it would definitely be angered. Thus, everyone was extremely nervous. Bang! The Big Dipper array finally dimmed as the Heavenly Netherbird tore a huge crack in it. The Heavenly Netherbird finally tore it apart. Then, the Heavenly Netherbird's huge body crashed into the Big Dipper array and appeared in front of everyone. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was as if the entire secret realm was about to be overturned. Countless black flames swept out in all directions like black waves, accompanied by a terrifyingly hot aura. Just the aura from the Heavenly Netherbird was enough to make them unable to breathe. Someone actually obtained the Star Key. The Heavenly Netherbird revealed a surprised expression. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. You didn't disappoint me. A loud voice rang throughout the Pine Palace. What? They obtained the Star Key. How is that possible? Could it be that they broke the ancient array? Hearing the Heavenly Netherbird's words, everyone from the Palace of Gods of War was stunned. Originally, they thought that the Murong clan was the same as them and hadn't broken the array. That was why they had given up and refused to cooperate with them. But now, it seemed that they were completely wrong. The other party wasn't giving up, they were clearly confident. Because they had already broken the array, they didn't need to cooperate with them. They had already completed the Heavenly Netherbird's mission. Now, they were the ones in danger. No, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Hurry and meet up with those people. The group of people were terrified. They knew that the Star Key was their last hope. In the next moment, all the cultivators from the Pine Palace ran with all their might towards the Star Pavilion. The Heavenly Netherbird didn't pay any attention to these cultivators. He was currently staring at the people from the Star Pavilion, but he was actually staring at Lin Xian. This was because he could feel that the Star Key was in Lin Xian's hands. So it was you. No wonder I didn't know beforehand. You were a fish that slipped through the net. The Heavenly Netherbird was indeed surprised. This was because he had planted the black flame mark in everyone's body. As long as someone obtained the Star Key, he would be able to sense it. However, there were 2 exceptions. They were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They didn't have the black flame mark, so even if Lin Xian obtained the Star Key, the Heavenly Netherbird wouldn't know. Kid, I have to say that you've surprised me. First, you were able to enter the Big Dipper formation without anyone noticing. Now, you've obtained the Star Key. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. Now, give me the Star Key and I can spare your life. The Heavenly Netherbird's voice resounded. However, Lin Xian shook his head. You want the key? Sure, but you have to let them go first. Lin Xian pointed at the surrounding cultivators. Suddenly, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of gratitude. This was because they didn't expect that Lin Xian would let them go first. This was to protect them. Humph, lowly worm. You have no right to negotiate with me. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Heavenly Netherbird was displeased. Who was he? He was an ancient demonic beast. Even a king-level demonic beast wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But now, a lowly worm dared to negotiate with him. This was simply courting death. Do you believe that if you anger me, I can kill all of you with a single palm? The heavenly Netherbird's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. I'll give you one last chance. Obediently give me the star key, or you'll all die. Chapter 12:24. Lin Xian's expression turned serious when he heard about the heavenly Netherbird's danger. But at this moment, an angry shout came from behind. Lin Xian, hurry up and give the stellar key to the heavenly Netherbird. That's right, what are you hesitating for? Do you want to get us killed? Damn brat, hurry up and hand over the stellar key, or don't blame us for being impolite. The martial artists from the Palace of Ares and the Palace of Divine Birds all shouted. At this moment of life and death, they couldn't care less. Even if Lin Xian was a rank 8 honored warrior, even if Lin Xian was a king, they still had to make him hand over the stellar key. Otherwise, no one could resist the heavenly Netherbird's anger. Hearing these words, the martial artists from the Murong clan and the Merry Woods were all furious. The people from the Palace of Ares were too despicable. They didn't even get the stellar key. What right did they have to scold Lin Xian? You didn't get it. What right do you have to criticize us? That's right, Lin Xian led us to get the stellar key. What we do is up to Lin Xian. You have no right to question us. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He stared at the people from the Palace of Ares and sneered. I was going to let you go, but you're so despicable. You dare to threaten me at this moment. It seems that I was too soft before. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the people from the Palace of Ares felt their hearts beat wildly. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. What do you want to do? Brat, I'm warning you. Don't mess around. If you anger us, you won't have a good ending. A bunch of idiots. You dare to threaten me at this moment. It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. Lin Xian looked at them and smiled coldly. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the martial artists from the Palace of Ares felt their hair stand on end. They had a bad feeling, as if something was about to happen. Sure enough, Lin Xian pointed at the people from the Murong clan and said in a deep voice, "Let these people go, and I can consider giving you the stellar key. As for those people, you can do whatever you want with them." He glanced at the people from the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Xian's words caused the expressions of those from the Palace of Gods of War to change drastically. It was as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. If the Sky Serene Bird really agreed to Lin Xian's request, then they would be in deep trouble. For a moment, everyone's faces were pale and filled with despair. However, they placed their hopes on the heavenly Nether Bird because in their eyes, it was a peerless ancient beast. How could it compromise? Sure enough, the heavenly Nether Bird coldly snorted. Its eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Ignorant human, you dare to provoke me. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. He swung his huge black claw at Lin Xian. Suddenly, the entire void cracked. The huge claw was about to hit Lin Xian, but Lin Xian still didn't dodge. He flipped his palm and took out a blue stone. Then, he cast a spell into it. Instantly, the blue stone shone brightly and formed a mystical energy. In the next moment, the astral chains on the Sky Serene Bird's body rattled and quickly coiled around it like a dragon. The sound of metal colliding rang out, followed by the Sky Serene Bird's exclamation. Damn it, you can actually control the astral key. How is this possible? The Sky Serene Bird was extremely shocked. Its huge black claw stopped in mid-air and didn't swing down. It was simply too shocked. It didn't think that a puny human who hadn't even reached the king realm could control the astral key. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Xian didn't reply. He held the astral key and said again, "Now, I have the qualifications to negotiate with you." The sky serene bird remained silent as if it was deep in thought. However, the atmosphere in the area was becoming more and more tense. Murong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous. The scene just now had almost scared them to death. It was simply too dangerous. If Lin Xian hadn't controlled the sky serene bird, then it would have been impossible for him to survive that attack. Fortunately, he had made the right bet. However, he didn't know if the sky serene bird would agree to his conditions. Time seemed to have stopped. Although it was only a short moment, everyone felt as if thousands of years had passed. Finally, the sky serene bird moved. He said in a deep voice, "All right, I agree to your conditions. You can all leave now." These words allowed the cultivators from the Murong clan and Merry Forest to heave a sigh of relief. It was too exciting. They had truly walked through the gates of hell. Fortunately, they were saved in the end. "Lin Xian, what about you?" Murong Qingqing was extremely worried. After all, Lin Xian couldn't leave right now. However, if he were to face the sky serene bird alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Qingqing, trust me. I can handle it." Lin Xian smiled at Murong Qingqing. Then, he turned to Zhao Xue and said, "You go with them." "No, I want to stay and help you." Zhao Xue shook her head. "No, you have to go. There's no point in you staying here. The sky serene bird isn't something that we can fight against." Zhao Xue still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Lin Xian. "Don't worry, I'm confident." "All right, then you have to come back alive." Zhao Xue nodded. "Lin Xian, you have to be careful." Murong Qingqing was also reluctant to leave. However, she knew that this was a serious matter, so she didn't hesitate. Then, she brought everyone and quickly left the Pine Palace. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War were shocked and they saw Murong Qingqing and the others leave. They didn't think that the sky serene bird would actually compromise. In the next moment, the hope of escaping surged in their hearts. They also wanted to leave this place. However, a shocking sword qi, like a long river, forcibly stopped them. "Damn it, it's Lin Xian's brat. How dare he block our path? He must be tired of living." The group of people roared crazily. This was the best time to leave. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to. At that time, they wouldn't be able to fight against the sky serene bird. There was only one outcome waiting for them. Therefore, how could they not be angry? "Did I say you could leave?" Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. "Brat, you're courting death." Duan Tianqing was furious. His expression was ferocious. "If we don't leave, do you think the Palace of Gods of War will let you go?" "Let me go." Lin Xian snorted. "Do you think you'll let me go if you leave?" "I won't let you go for nothing." "What do you want?" Duan Tianqing asked anxiously. They didn't have much time left. "It's simple. Buy your life." Chapter 12:25. What? You can have them all. Brat, you've gone too far. Whether we leave or not is up to the heavenly netherbird to decide. It has nothing to do with you. Don't even think about getting any benefits from us. Duan Tianqing's voice was ferocious. If the heavenly netherbird wasn't here, he would have brought his men to fight Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He looked at the heavenly netherbird and asked, "I can decide whether these people stay or leave, right?" "You can." The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold. To it, these humans were no different from insects. Therefore, it didn't care whether they lived or died. The only thing it cared about was the stellar key. The heavenly Netherbird's words caused Duan-Tianqing and the others' faces to turn ugly. Their eyes were filled with despair. They knew that this was equivalent to announcing their death sentence. If they couldn't satisfy Lin Xian, they would probably stay here forever. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Do you want the stellar key or the treasures? Make your choice. Duan-Tianqing and the others' faces were ashen. They didn't dare to stay here because the heavenly Netherbird was too terrifying. They couldn't fight against it. However, to ask them to hand over all their treasures was worse than death. One had to know that those treasures were true treasures. They had spent a lot of effort to collect them. Now, they had to hand it all over to someone else. This made them unwilling. Elder Duan, do you want us to kill this brat together? Yan Feng gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, Duan-Tianqing shook his head. Give it to him. He didn't dare to make a move in front of the heavenly Netherbird. If he angered it, it could kill them all with one slap. Elder Duan. Countless people roared when they heard Duan-Tianqing's words. Living is more important than anything else. Once we die, we'll have nothing left. Everyone trembled as fear filled their eyes. That's right. They were all members of the royal family. They were all geniuses. They still had a lot of time to enjoy. They didn't want to die. In the end, these people gritted their teeth and threw all their storage rings to Lin Xian. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian collected all the storage rings and put them into the white bone ring. Afterward, he extended his soul power and quickly scanned everyone. He was very satisfied with the result. No one dared to hide anything in front of him. Very well, you can scram now. Lin Xian withdrew his soul power and waved his hand impatiently. Brat, you will pay for what you did today. Duan-Tianqing gnashed his teeth as he left. Because this time, it could be said that they had suffered great losses. They had lost all the treasures they had collected. However, Lin Xian merely shrugged and didn't care at all. These people were simply no match for him, so he didn't care whether they lived or died. Moreover, she had obtained countless treasures in exchange for his life. This was undoubtedly a huge gain for her. This was because these heavenly treasures could increase his cultivation and strength once again. Moreover, he could also use them to increase the cultivation of his friends. It could be said that this deal was a win-win situation. After Duan-Tianqing and the others left, only the heavenly Netherbird and Lin Xian were left. Lin Xian didn't rush to speak. Instead, he thought to himself. When he estimated that Murong-Qingqing and the others had left, he looked at the heavenly Netherbird. All right, brat, I've already fulfilled your conditions. Hurry up and give me the stellar key. The heavenly Netherbird said coldly. It had already decided that once Lin Xian handed over the stellar key, it would kill him with one palm. This was because no one had ever negotiated with it before. However, Lin Xian smirked. No rush. You've agreed to the first condition, but now we need to talk about the second and third conditions. What? You dare to play with me? Hearing this, the heavenly Netherbird was stunned and then became extremely angry. This damned human worm dared to play with it. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Damned worm, my patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. Hand it over, or I'll make sure you die without a burial place. As it spoke, black flames filled the sky and dyed the entire space black. It was obvious that the heavenly Netherbird was really angry. If Lin Xian's performance didn't satisfy it, it would probably become even angrier. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. He slowly said, I have 2 conditions. First, give me a drop of your essence blood. Second, I want a portion of your origin flame. Lin Xian stated his conditions. However, the heavenly netherbird was furious. Brat, you're courting death. It finally couldn't take it anymore. A puny human dared to raise conditions with it time and time again. He even dared to ask for its essence, blood, and origin flame. This was simply courting death. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird waved its giant claw and viciously slammed it towards Lin Xian. The black claw tore through the void and expanded infinitely. It was like an ancient demonic mountain that pressed downwards. Below him, Lin Xian turned his body and quickly executed his movement skill. His speed reached the limit, and he was like a shocking rainbow as he retreated rapidly. Boom boom. The heavenly netherbbird's giant claw viciously slammed into the ground, causing the entire pine palace to shake violently. A terrifying crater was formed in an instant. This was too terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian and the others couldn't even damage the structure of the Pine Palace in their previous battle. But now, the heavenly netherbird's casual attack caused the entire ground to collapse. One could only imagine how terrifying its strength was. However, it was fortunate that Lin Xian had an Earth-class movement technique and a pair of wind and thunder wings that helped him increase his speed. Therefore, the attack just now didn't hurt him at all. I don't think you need to be so agitated. The two things I want can't hurt you at all. As long as you give them to me, I'll give you the stellar key. Otherwise, I'm afraid that those stellar chains will accompany you forever. Despicable human, die. The heavenly netherbird was furious. It would never agree to Lin Xian's conditions. In the next moment, it roared and the black flames on its body shot up into the sky. Endless black flames rushed towards Lin Xian. The black flames churned, and huge black palms appeared one after another, grabbing forward. In an instant, the entire space was torn apart. Lin Xian didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly used the red lotus armor to form the strongest defense. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps to increase his speed to the extreme. Since Mingwan isn't working, then don't blame me. Lin Xian snorted and then activated the stellar key in his hand. Suddenly, the stellar chains on the heavenly netherbird's body clattered and tightened again. It was as if they were going to sink into the heavenly netherbird's body. Ah, damned human, how dare you hurt me! The heavenly netherbird was furious. It didn't think that a puny human would dare to attack it. It couldn't tolerate it. Chapter 12:26. Ruffian Dragon. Lin Xian let out a furious roar before he came to a stop with much difficulty. Don't worry, I've already set it up. The dark red divine dragon's voice rang out as he waved his claws. Immediately, a huge array appeared in front of the heavenly netherbird and enveloped him. Humph, you want to stop me with just a broken array? How ignorant! I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold and carried a domineering aura. Then, he slammed into the array in front of him. Immediately, the light screen formed by the array shattered like glass. Humph, I've already said that your methods are nothing in front of me. Since you dare to provoke me, I'll make you wish you were dead. The heavenly netherbird looked at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon with a cruel smile. However, in the next moment, his smile disappeared. This was because the broken array had reformed and formed a new light screen that enveloped him. Humph, stupid bird, it's not that easy to break through my array. The dark red divine dragon snorted. If my dragon essence hadn't disappeared, you wouldn't be so arrogant. He was too depressed. Originally, he was not weaker than the heavenly netherbird, but now that he had lost his dragon essence, he could not use much of his strength. He could only rely on the array to delay the heavenly netherbird's attack. Brat, it's up to you. Seeing that the array had stopped the heavenly netherbird, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, he was like a sword god as a huge sword aura surged from his body. Gale lightning sword, fourth sword, heaven and earth collapse. Lin Xian used his most powerful attack as soon as he attacked. 4 giant swords formed in the sky. Each of them was extremely terrifying and exuded an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Then, under Lin Xian's control, the 4 giant swords fell and slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The entire void was collapsing rapidly. The power of the 4 swords was too terrifying. Even an 8th level honorable would be sliced in half in an instant. Damn worm, you've really angered me. However, in the next moment, the heavenly netherbbird's angry voice could be heard. Then, a pitch-black figure with flames rose from the ground. In the next moment, the light screen of the formation shattered, and the 4 gigantic swords were also sent flying. The heavenly netherbird was furious. Its body was covered in black flames. The terrifying attack just now did not break through its defense at all. However, Lin Xian's actions had thoroughly infuriated him. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly netherbird raised its giant claw and countless black flames gathered to form a huge black fireball the size of a small mountain. Whoosh! The next moment, a huge black fireball flew out. This attack was too terrifying, and even Exalt Realm experts would probably be unable to resist it. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He didn't dare to take the blow head-on and could only dodge quickly. Then, he used the blood sword's secret technique, Bloodthirsty Tide, to quickly increase his body's potential. Using the thunderstorm wings and illusory demon steps at the same time, his speed reached the limit as he quickly moved horizontally. Lin Xian used his ultimate movement technique and finally moved horizontally at the last moment. However, although he managed to dodge the black fireball, he did not manage to dodge the aftermath of the energy. The huge black fireball smashed into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Then, countless waves of flames spread out in all directions. The impact was very wide, and more than half of the pine forest was affected. Therefore, no matter how fast Lin Xian was, he could not dodge it. He was swept by the wave-like black flames, and it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was sent flying. The blood in his body roiled, and many of his bones were broken. It was too terrifying. This was only the aftermath of the energy. Moreover, Lin Xian was wearing the red lotus armor, but he was still severely injured. The heavenly netherbird was indeed an ancient demonic beast. This kind of attack was definitely not something that Exalts could resist. Lin Xian controlled the injuries in his body and quickly retreated to avoid being affected again. Moreover, his bones and blood were quickly recovering. From this, one could see the difference between Lin Xian and other Exalts. One had to know that Lin Xian usually consumed a lot of treasures. The medicinal effects were left in his body and had not been refined. Now that he was injured, the remaining medicinal effects were quickly decomposing and repairing his body. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to move after this attack. The remaining medicinal effects in his body, coupled with the amazing recovery ability of the Art of Longevity. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian had recovered 70 to 80%. Seeing that Lin Xian was fine, the heavenly netherbird was very surprised. It knew that even the aftermath of the black fireball was not something that Exalts could resist. However, Lin Xian was still alive. What a strange kid. The heavenly netherbbird's face darkened, and it waved its giant claws. Suddenly, the remaining black flames in the sky turned into countless black fire dragons and rushed toward Lin Xian. His surroundings were sealed once again. This time, Lin Xian would not be able to escape this calamity. The dark red dragon was also anxious. It waved its claws and created a few formations to block some of the fire dragons. However, its strength was limited and it could not trap all of the fire dragons. Therefore, although it was relieved, Lin Xian was still in great danger. "Humph, kid, let's see how you escape this time." The heavenly netherbird revealed a cruel smile. Even if he was not hit by the fire dragons, as long as he was hit by the shockwaves, he would not be able to survive. Unless the opponent was a king. However, Lin Xian clearly did not have the cultivation of a king. Therefore, the heavenly netherbird thought that he was dead meat this time. Looking at the black fire dragons rushing toward him from all directions, Lin Xian's face turned ugly. He did not expect the heavenly netherbird to be so powerful. He was heavily injured as soon as they exchanged blows. It seemed that he could only use his trump card now. With a flip of his hand, the 10,000 beast cauldron appeared in his hand. Then, he held the 10,000 beast cauldron and charged forward. The 10,000 beast cauldron had absorbed many terrifying flames in the cave. Now, under Lin Xian's control, all of the flames surged out to fight against the black fire dragons. The flames burned the sky, and the entire sky was covered in a sea of fire. The terrifying temperature caused the entire void to crackle and crumble. In the sky, the boundless sea of refined swords collided with the black flaming dragon, causing crackling sounds to resound. Every single explosion was capable of annihilating an Exalt Realm cultivator. Seeing a small human reptile resist the black fire dragons, the heavenly netherbird was surprised. Then, it looked at the sky with a trace of surprise. The aura of these flames, could it be? It seemed to have thought of something, and its gaze became uncertain. After seeing the black fire dragons disappear, the heavenly netherbird was sure that the flames were as it had guessed. "Kid, you entered old Devil Tsang Song's weapon refining cave." Chapter 12:27. The sea of flames was extremely terrifying. Even the heavenly netherbird's black fire dragon was burned. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. This scene caused the heavenly netherbird's expression to change. It asked in a deep voice, "Brat, did you enter the weapon refining cave before?" To be honest, the heavenly netherbird was not too afraid of these flames. After all, it had its own ways to deal with them. However, it was afraid of the fact that the other party could subdue these flames. A human brat with only the cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer was able to subdue such terrifying flames. It couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that the weapon refining cave had a peerless divine weapon that even it was afraid of. If the other party obtained that peerless divine weapon, the threat to it would increase greatly. However, Lin Xian sneered, "I know what you're afraid of. There's no need to guess. The sword is in my hands. So, as long as you obediently hand over the essence blood and the black flame, I can let you go." From the current situation, Lin Xian was certain that the heavenly netherbird was afraid of the peerless divine sword in his hands. "Brat, you're too ignorant." The heavenly netherbird sneered, "If it was old Devil Tsang Song who had that peerless divine sword back then, I might be very afraid. But now, with your cultivation, you can't pose any threat to me. Moreover, that peerless divine sword has been shattered. I'm very sure of this. So now, that broken sword is of no threat to me." Although the heavenly netherbird's words were filled with disdain, its movements were not slow. It once again launched a fierce attack at Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian did not use his own strength to resist. The difference between the two was too great. The heavenly netherbird was a monster that even kings had to retreat from. He could not fight against it. Therefore, he used the sea of flames to resist the heavenly netherbird. Although he was at a disadvantage, his life was not in danger for the time being. Ah, you're afraid. Although you say you don't care, you care a lot in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have launched such an attack. Lin Xian sneered. He now understood that the peerless divine sword in his hands was absolutely terrifying. Even if it was broken, the heavenly Netherbird was still afraid of it. In the distant past, the heavenly Netherbird must have suffered at the hands of this peerless divine sword. After figuring this out, Lin Xian no longer hesitated. He lightly patted the 1,000-beast cauldron with his palm, and a crisp sound immediately rang out. Clang! The 10,000-beast cauldron trembled, and a green longsword emerged from the cauldron. Ashen Pine Sword. The heavenly Netherbird's pupils shrank when she saw the jade sword. Lin Xian's guess was correct. He had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of this peerless divine sword, and it was a great loss. Back then, he had fought old Daoist Tsang Song to a standstill. Originally, with old Daoist Tsang Song's strength, they could only fight to a draw. However, it was precisely because he possessed the Ashen Pine Sword that Tian Yu was defeated. It could be said that the bird hated and feared the Tsang Pine Sword at the same time. Now that he saw this sword again, he was naturally shocked. However, when he saw the sword clearly, he started laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, I told you. The Tsang Pine Sword is already damaged. It can't unleash the power of the past. Indeed, the Tsang Pine Sword was broken in half, and the rest of the sword was covered in cracks. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. More importantly, old Daoist Tsang Song was no longer here. There was only a broken sword and a 7th sky supremacy brat. They could not unleash the power of this peerless divine weapon. Therefore, the heavenly Netherbird was not worried at all. Brat, no wonder you were so arrogant before. You even dared to talk about conditions with me. I guess this Tsang Pine Sword is your greatest trump card. Unfortunately, your trump card is useless against me. Now, I'm going to send you on your way. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll slowly torture you until you beg for death. This is what you get for messing with me. The heavenly Netherbird let out a sinister laugh. As an ancient demonic beast, he revealed his cruel nature. With that, he stretched out a finger and viciously pressed it down. From the looks of it, he wanted to crush Lin Xian like an ant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took a deep breath, his expression extremely solemn. In the next moment, he crazily activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. Suddenly, countless rays of sword chi rushed out like giant dragons and wrapped around his arm. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the Tsang Pine Sword. Buzz! The broken Tsang Pine Sword seemed to have come alive. It emitted a dazzling light that dyed the entire space green. A terrifying sword aura erupted from the Tsang Pine Sword and swept through the world. At this moment, the Tsang Pine Sword had come alive. What? This is impossible. The smile on the heavenly Netherbbird's face disappeared. His finger also stopped in the air. Shocking, this was too shocking. He did not expect the Tsang Pine Sword to be able to fully recover. This was completely out of his expectations. One had to know that the Tsang Pine Sword was an Earth-rank treasure. This treasure was very powerful, but it also required a lot of energy. From what he knew, only kings and above could use Earth-rank treasures. Therefore, he was not worried at all because Lin Xian was only a 7th-rank supremacy. He could not use the Tsang Pine Sword at all. But now, he had done it. Not only did he do it, but he had also completely recovered the Tsang Pine Sword. Damn it, how is this possible? What method did he use? A trace of panic appeared in the heavenly Netherbird's eyes. After all, the Tsang Pine Sword had traumatized him too much. Humph, it's a bluff. It must be a bluff. How can a puny 7th rank supremacy completely recover the Tsang Pine sword? He must have used an illusion. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly netherbird roared. Its huge claws were covered in endless black flames. Then, it slammed down fiercely. A monster's physique was already very strong. In addition to the heavenly netherbird's terrifying black flames, he did not need to use any spells. He only needed to use his body's strength to cause endless destruction. Looking at the huge black claw descending from the sky, Lin Xian roared. Then, he waved his arm and the Tsang Pine sword in his hand quickly slashed out. In the next moment, a dark green sword aura flashed. The entire sky seemed to have been dyed green. A green sword light was extremely sharp and quickly slashed forward. This sword chi was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt his heart palpitate in fear. This was because he had never seen such a sharp sword aura. He was afraid that only a king could use such an attack. The green sword aura slashed fiercely on the huge black claw. Then, the heavenly netherbird let out a miserable cry. The boundless black flames were cut open by the green sword aura. Even the huge black claw had a huge wound. One could even faintly see the white bones. Chapter 12:28. An endless amount of blood spurted out. Every drop could pierce through the void. The heavenly netherbird was indeed an ancient beast. The blood in its body was too powerful. The space could not withstand it at all. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. He quickly cast a formation and collected all the blood that dripped down. This was not the essence blood of the heavenly netherbird. It was just ordinary blood. However, it contained a shocking amount of energy. If he could collect enough blood, the dark red dragon god could refine it into essence blood. Therefore, he did not waste any of the blood. Instead, he collected as much as he could. Damned reptile, you think you can get my blood? Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird was enraged. He did not think that a worm would dare to covet his blood. He was courting death. In the next moment, the black flames on his palm rolled and quickly stopped the bleeding. Then, he looked at Enhong dragon god and snorted. Despicable worm, die. An endless amount of demonic beast king aura surged towards the dark red dragon god. To the heavenly netherbird, the other party was just a small worm. He could not withstand his aura. In the next moment, the other party would be crushed into a bloody mist by the invisible aura. But soon, he was stunned. Because the dark red dragon god was completely fine. His aura was like a stone sinking into the sea. What? How is this possible? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. He realized that the two people in front of him were too strange. First, it was a mysterious brat who could control the Tsang Song sword. Now, it was a worm who was not afraid of his aura. Impossible, how is this possible? Demonic beasts have a strict hierarchy. With my strength, just my aura alone is enough to crush him. But why is he fine? Did I sleep for too long? Has the world changed? The heavenly netherbird was extremely angry. As a demonic beast on the ancient heaven ranking, he was infamous in the ancient times. Even a king would have to bow down to him. But now, he had just broken out of his seal and suffered a great loss at the hands of two worms. He could not accept this. However, the dark red dragon god sneered, "Stupid bird, you want to use your aura on me? You're too inexperienced." With that, he raised his head and roared at the heavenly netherbird. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar rang out. Endless dragon aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird's huge body trembled slightly. Impossible, how is this possible? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. He didn't think that a snake could make him tremble. This was not a suppression of power, but a suppression from the depths of his bloodline. This suppression of netherbird's heavenly netherbird. Dragons, this is dragon's aura. The heavenly netherbird's face was filled with shock as it stared at the dark red dragon. You're not a snake, you're a dragon. Of dragons of dragons of dragons of dragons of dragons of dragon of dragon of dragon of dragon of dragon A. Furthermore, judging from the other party's bloodline power, it seemed to be extremely pure. But soon, he began to laugh wildly. Furthermore, it's a weak dragon clan. Little thing, wait until I eat you. Not only will I recover my strength, but my bloodline will also improve. By then, I might become another great Xia dragonfinch. The heavenly netherbird was too excited. He was the descendant of the great Xia dragonfinch, but the bloodline in his body was very thin. If he could obtain the bloodline of dragons, he might be able to become the great Xia dragonfinch again and reach the ancestral realm. Once he became the great Xia dragonfinch, he would be the true overlord of the world. No one would be able to stop him. Thinking of this, his eyes shone brightly. He clawed down with his terrifying claws, determined to catch the dark red dragon god. The dark red dragon god dodged quickly like a bolt of lightning. Stupid bird, although I'm not as strong as before, I'm still not someone you can catch. The dark red dragon god snorted. Although his strength was greatly reduced, he still had countless secret techniques that allowed him to escape successfully. On the other side, Lin Xian slowly waved his ashen pine sword, preparing to attack again. He realized that as long as he injured the heavenly netherbird and allowed the dark red dragon god to collect enough blood, it would be able to condense essence blood. That way, he would have accomplished half of his goal. Furthermore, the dark red dragon god's actions had given him inspiration. Since blood could condense into essence blood, then the countless black flames could also condense into true origin flames. Therefore, Lin Xian held the ashen pine sword while activating the thousand-beast cauldron to absorb the black flames on the heavenly netherbird's body. You're courting death. The heavenly netherbird was furious. He did not expect that not only did he not catch the dark red dragon god, but that brat also dared to target his flames. This made him furious. Therefore, he gave up on capturing the dark red dragon god and decided to kill Lin Xian first. After all, the ashen pine sword in his opponent's hand was still a great threat to him. Seeing the heavenly netherbird's gaze shift again, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He quickly waved his ashen pine sword and slashed forward. Compared to the previous slash, he only used the power of the great dragon sword's soul on the sharpness of the ashen pine sword. He did not use the energy within the ashen pine sword. This was because he knew that the energy within the ashen pine sword could only be used 3 times. He had to use it at the most crucial moment. Now was not the time. Although he could not use the energy within the ashen pine sword, the power of the great dragon sword's soul combined with the sharpness of an earth-class treasure was beyond imagination. Sword chi spread across the sky and the terrifying sword light slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird roared again and again. A surge of energy surged into the sky, instantly shattering the thousands of sword lights. Then, it quickly bombarded Lin Xian. The battle between the two was extremely intense. The entire sky was annihilated by the energy. However, this time, the heavenly netherbird was prepared. Therefore, Lin Xian found it difficult to succeed. Seeing his opponent's aura grow stronger and stronger, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to use the energy within the ashen pine sword. In the next moment, the ashen pine sword in his hand bloomed with a brilliant light. The sword light was like a green flame that lit up the entire sky. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and quickly waved his sword. A huge beam of sword qi slashed forward, and wherever it passed, the sword qi would be destroyed. Wherever it passed, dozens of palaces were turned into ashes. These palaces were the buildings of the Ashen Pine Palace. They were extremely sturdy and could not be damaged by anyone below the king level. But now, under the aftermath of the sword qi, countless palaces were shattered. This sword was too terrifying. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and the Ashen Pine sword. Everything in its path was turned into nothingness. As if it felt the terror of this energy, the heavenly netherbird's expression changed. It did not expect its opponent to be able to use this kind of sword qi. Chapter 1229. No, this is definitely not that brat's energy. The heavenly netherbird's expression changed drastically. Although the sword qi from before was spiritual energy, it could feel that it was the power of an honorable. But now, the sword qi was so sharp that it made it tremble in fear. Moreover, there was a power that surpassed the honorable realm within it. Damn it, he used the power of the Tsang Song sword. The heavenly netherbird was extremely shocked. It was too familiar with this power. Back then, Tsang Song had used this power to seal it. It did not expect to see this power again after a few thousand years. Sensing the threat, the heavenly netherbird roared. The flames on its body spread out like the flames of hell, burning everything. The entire void quickly collapsed under the flames. So what if it's the power of the Tsang Song sword? I didn't waste my time underground for thousands of years. Today, I'll let you see the sword technique I created. 9 Underworld Demonic Sword, come out. The heavenly netherbird roared. Suddenly, the black feathers on its body burned fiercely. Then, it rose into the air and quickly formed a huge black sword in the air. The black sword was extremely huge. It was more than 100 feet long and was formed by the black feathers on the heavenly netherbird's body. Its surface was covered with black flames that burned fiercely and emitted a terrifying and violent power. The black flames were like the flames of hell, strange and terrifying. The black sword was like a demonic sword from hell. It carried with it endless killing intent as if it wanted to destroy everything. The heavenly netherbird stretched out its huge beast claws and grabbed the 9 underworld demonic sword. Then, it swept it out. Monstrous flames surged out and boundless killing intent surged. This sword directly cut the void open. Clang! In the next moment, the Tsang Song sword and the 9 underworld demonic sword collided and let out an earth-shattering sound. The entire ground crumbled, and terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Lava spewed out from the cracks, reaching hundreds of feet high. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was also struck by the shockwave and was sent flying. Huge cracks appeared on the red lotus armor on his body. It wasn't that the armor wasn't strong enough, but that the sword qi was too terrifying. Even with Lin Xian's red lotus armor, which was condensed using his spiritual energy, it couldn't withstand it at all. Unless it was the true red lotus armor, it might be able to block the sword qi. Wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body, so deep that his bones could be seen. Other than these sword marks, there were many places on his body that had been burned by the black flames. There was nothing he could do about it. The 9 underworld demonic sword was too terrifying. Moreover, it came from the heavenly netherbird, so its power was unimaginable. Fortunately, Lin Xian had used the power of the Ashen Pine sword to block most of the sword qi. Otherwise, that sword strike from before would have been enough to take his life. Even so, he was still in a very dangerous situation. This was because he could only use the Ashen Pine sword's power 2 more times. After that, the Ashen Pine sword would shatter. On the other hand, the heavenly netherbird was different. It was a peerless vicious beast, and it had a demonic weapon like the 9 Hell Demon Sword. Its power could be used without limit. This was undoubtedly a huge threat to him. Therefore, Lin Xian would not waste the next 2 waves of energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian used the art of longevity to quickly heal the injuries in his body. Then, he rose into the air, and the ashen pine sword in his hand quickly drew a mysterious trajectory in the air. Gale Lightning Sword, 5-sword demonic annihilation. At the crucial moment, Lin Xian used the Gale Lightning Sword, and it was the final 5th sword. Originally, the 5th sword required the power of a king to use, but now that he had the Ashen Pine Sword, he could use it earlier. Even so, Lin Xian's body had reached its limit. It was as if it would collapse at any moment. However, Lin Xian was fearless. He gritted his teeth and waved his arms with all his might, unleashing a terrifying martial path sword chi. 5 giant swords rapidly appeared in the sky, as if they had been unleashed by a god. It was terrifying to the extreme. Not only that, but a desolate aura was emitted from those sword shadows. The 5 sword shadows were like heavenly swords that surrounded Lin Xian, temporarily isolating the aura of the underworld demonic realm. Looking at the 5 sword shadows, the heavenly netherbird narrowed its eyes. To be honest, the human boy in front of it had indeed exceeded its expectations. His opponent was clearly only a 7th heavenly layer venerable, but the battle strength he displayed was not weaker than a king. This shocked the heavenly netherbird. Especially his sword chi. Apart from the power of the Ashen Pine Sword, there was also an unusually sharp offensive aura. That aura made the heavenly netherbird feel uneasy in the depths of its heart. It had only felt this uneasiness when it fought Daoist Zhang Song in the past. Moreover, it had lost that battle, and it had been utterly defeated. Therefore, when it felt this uneasiness again, killing intent surged in the heavenly netherbbird's heart. Therefore, it would not let Lin Xian go. Boy, it's useless. Although your strength has exceeded my expectations, it's not your strength. Therefore, you can't defeat me. Moreover, once the underworld demonic sword appears, even if you have the Ashen Pine Sword, you have no chance. However, Lin Xian ignored it. Even now, he had no reason to give up. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and slashed down with the Ashen Pine Sword. Immediately, the 5 sword shadows in the sky slashed down together with his movement. The 5 sword shadows were like the swords of the heavens, containing an invincible aura. It was as if nothing could stop it. Even if it was a god or a demon, it would still be killed. The heavenly netherbird roared as it held the underworld demonic sword. Its body emitted a monstrous demonic aura, as if it was a peerless demon. It slashed out several sword chi. The terrifying underworld demonic sword chi soared into the sky and clashed with the giant sword in the sky. When the 2 energies collided, an apocalyptic energy erupted. Then, the entire space was affected. The Ashen Pine Palace shook incessantly, and countless buildings were turned to ashes by the energy. Lin Xian was also sent flying by the energy. The heavenly netherbird's enormous body was also sent flying. It was like a giant mountain. Every step it took caused the entire world to tremble. Not only that, but there was also blood in the sky. Some of it belonged to Lin Xian, and some of it belonged to the heavenly netherbird. The dark red dragon was like a red lightning bolt. It shuttled through the endless torrent and accurately captured the heavenly netherbird's blood. However, this energy was too violent. He was sent flying dozens of times, but every time, he would fly back again without any regard for his life. In the end, the heavenly netherbird's blood was completely absorbed by it. The violent energy gradually weakened and disappeared. More than half of the buildings in the Ashen Pine Palace were destroyed. The ground was pierced through, and there were countless black cracks in the sky that had yet to heal. Chapter 1230. Brat, how are you? The dark red dragon quickly rushed to Lin Xian's side. Cough, cough. Lin Xian kept coughing, and every time he coughed, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. This time, his injuries were even worse. All the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. Fortunately, he had the art of longevity, and his body was very strong, so he did not die immediately. I have dragon blood here, drink it quickly. The dark red dragon stretched out his dragon claw. This was a critical moment, and he had to let Lin Xian recover quickly. Otherwise, they would be in danger. No need. Lin Xian shook his head and said with difficulty. I took all the storage rings of the people from the Palace of Gods of War. Duan Tianqing's storage ring had an immortal golden pill. With that pill, no matter how serious your injuries are, you can recover instantly. So don't worry, you won't die. That shocking attack had affected both Lin Xian and the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird's huge body kept retreating, and it only stopped after retreating a few hundred feet. Deep craters were formed on the ground one after another. Not only that, but the heavenly netherbird was also injured. There was a terrifying sword wound on its body that was dozens of feet long. At this moment, endless blood flowed out of the wound and seeped into the ground. However, the blood was quickly transferred to another place because the dark red dragon had set up a formation to collect the heavenly netherbird's blood. Brat, you dare to hurt me. The heavenly netherbird's voice was ferocious. It did not expect a human brat to be able to injure it. It was simply beyond its expectations. Of course, it knew that the culprit was the ashen pine sword. I want to see how many times you can use that broken sword. It realized that the ashen pine sword was severely damaged, and it could only use it a few times. Therefore, as long as the ashen pine sword was broken, it had 100 ways to make Lin Xian suffer a fate worse than death. However, in the next moment, its face turned ugly again. This was because he realized that Lin Xian, who was standing opposite him, had been severely injured. However, he had recovered in an instant. Even the spiritual energy that he had consumed had been completely replenished. Damn it, this guy really has a lot of things in his hands. The heavenly serene bird's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, flames surged all over its body and healed its wounds. At his level, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he could heal it immediately. Seeing that the heavenly netherbird's wounds had also healed, Lin Xian's expression became extremely serious. But now, the arrow had already been knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. Thus, in the next moment, he once again gripped the azure pine sword, and his entire body became incomparably fierce. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly revolved, and at the same time, a cyan dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly condensed in front of him. This time, Lin Xian summoned the great dragon sword soul. At that moment, his great dragon sword soul had reached the 8th heavenly layer of the exalted realm. It had become very clear, and he could even see the dragon scales on it. As soon as the great dragon sword soul appeared, countless dragon roars resounded. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Even the heavenly netherbird's expression changed at the pressure. Damn it, what is this thing? Why does it make me feel terrified? The sky serene bird's expression changed greatly. He didn't think that there was something else besides the ashen pine sword that he was afraid of. This was beyond his expectations. Who is this kid? Why is he so strange? No, I have to kill him. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will be a great threat to me. The sky serene bird's killing intent surged. The kid in front of him couldn't be left alive. Therefore, he gripped the 9 darkness demonic sword tightly and quickly slashed forward. The black sword chi streaked across the void like a thunderclap, causing the entire void to shake. This was the demonic sword Chi, the Sky Serene Bird's most powerful weapon. When he used it now, even ghosts and gods would be shocked. Perhaps even a true king would have to retreat in the face of such power. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge. The red lotus armor on his body condensed again, making him look like a god of war. At that moment, he held the ashen pine sword tightly in his right hand and the great dragon sword soul in his left. Then, he clasped his hands together, and the ashen pine sword and the great dragon sword soul merged together. The combination of the two exploded with a dazzling light. Countless dragon roars resounded, and a shocking sword chief shot into the sky. At that moment, not only did the ashen pine sword come to life, but it also seemed to have recovered to its peak. An azure-green longsword appeared in the void, emitting a dazzling light. Lin Xian held the longsword in his hand and stood in the void like a peerless king. His entire body emitted a powerful sword aura. In the next moment, he swung his arm and unleashed a shocking sword attack. The sword Chi was like a rainbow that streaked across the void, causing the mountains and rivers to lose their color. The green sword's shadow transformed into a giant dragon that roared and charged forward. The dazzling light was so bright that no one could look directly at it. The powerful aura caused the entire sky to tremble. What? This power is even stronger than before. Feeling the sword Chi in the air, the Sky Serene Bird's face turned ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to unleash an even stronger sword Chi. The sword Chi was a huge threat to him, so he snorted coldly and gripped the Nine Darkness demonic sword tightly again. He quickly unleashed several sword Chi, forming a huge sword net that pressed forward. However, he still underestimated the power of the great dragon sword soul and the ashen pine sword. The combination of the two was still more powerful than a king. Therefore, the black sword net in the sky was instantly shattered, and the terrifying dragon-shaped sword Chi quickly enveloped the Sky Serene Bird. Rumble. In front of him, the entire ground caved in. Countless sword Chi pierced through the heavens and earth like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the sky to shake. The Sky Serene Bird's body was completely submerged in the sword Chi. Blood dyed the ground red and the sky shook. The Sky Serene Bird was even more severely injured, but in the next moment, he let out a mournful roar. Brat, I didn't want to use my true power, but this is what you've got. As the Sky Serene Bird roared, a terrifying power exploded from his body. Not only that, the countless sword Chi in front of him retreated as if they were pushed away by something and flew in all directions. In the next moment, the Sky Serene Bird's terrifying body appeared again. Beside him, there was a flickering black domain that seemed to be an independent space of flames that surrounded him. Brat, you've angered me. You're dead. Even with the ashen pine sword, you won't be able to escape death today. The Sky Serene Bird became extremely ferocious. Originally, he didn't care about dealing with an ant. However, he didn't expect this ant to injure him twice, forcing him to use his true power. Not good, this is the power of a domain. The dark red godly dragon exclaimed as his face turned serious. Damn it, I was too careless. Previously, I thought that he was bound by the star chains and couldn't use much power. I didn't expect him to be able to use a domain. This is really surprising. Chapter 1231. Lin Xian's face was also pale. With his outstanding soul power, he could naturally feel how terrifying that flame domain was. That flame domain made his hair stand on end. A domain is also called a king's domain. It's something that can only be obtained after entering the king realm. Sovereigns cultivate their martial spirits as a source of energy, while kings cultivate domains and use them as a source of energy. A king's domain is an independent domain developed from the martial spirits. Within this domain, the opponent's battle power can be multiplied. The dark red dragon's explanation shocked Lin Xian. He realized that this domain was similar to a small independent space. Of course, it hadn't become a real space, but it was still terrifying. Once he fell into the other party's domain, he was afraid that only death awaited him. Brat, you should be proud that you can die under my 9 underworld devil flame domain. The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold. Around him, countless black flames formed a unique domain that was like hell. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, his huge body charged towards Lin Xian with the 9 underworld devil flame domain. The domain's power was too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the void was shattered. It could be said that the domain contained the essence of a king's energy. It was extremely powerful, and even sovereigns couldn't resist it. Facing the heavenly netherbird's king's domain, Lin Xian's face was extremely solemn. There was only a bit of energy left in the azure pine sword. He had to kill it in one strike. Otherwise, without the azure pine sword, he wouldn't be able to fight against the heavenly netherbird. Looking at the heavenly netherbird getting closer and closer, Lin Xian took a deep breath and slowly raised the azure pine sword. It's useless. You can't break my king's domain. The heavenly netherbird sneered, I'll let you know what hell is in a moment. Damn it, brat. Why don't we leave? Don't fight with him anymore. He can use the king's domain. His battle power is definitely super strong. The dark red dragon's face was also unsightly. However, Lin Xian decisively shook his head. In this situation, they had to continue fighting. There was still a chance of survival if they fought, but running away meant certain death. Looking at the 9 underworld's devil flame domain that was getting closer and closer, Lin Xian's sword god erupted with a resplendent light. In the next moment, just as he was about to slash out with his sword, an old sigh came from the void. Sigh. This voice was low, but it was incomparably clear. As soon as it appeared, it caused the entire deep pine hall to tremble violently. Even the heavenly nether bird that was flying in front of them suddenly stopped. Its face was filled with fear as if it had seen a ghost. Damn it! Who is it? Get out here! The heavenly nether bird seemed to have been provoked as it roared crazily. Its roar caused the entire void to boil and set off countless shockwaves. Lin Xian's arm also stopped in midair. He could clearly hear that the sigh came from the azure pine sword. Could it be? Lin Xian slowly lowered his arm and looked at the azure pine sword in his hand with a bewildered expression. At that moment, the old voice sounded again. Tian Yu, I didn't expect that after thousands of years, you would really come out. Hearing this voice, the heavenly nether bird immediately exploded. It screamed in fear, Old Man Song Song, how is this possible? Aren't you already dead? Humans and monsters were not the same. Monsters had a long lifespan, so it was not a problem for them to live for thousands of years. Humans, on the other hand, were different. Even the strongest kings could only live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. It was impossible for them to live any longer. Therefore, even though the heavenly nether bird could not defeat Song Song, it was still alive while Song Song was dead. Impossible. Old Man Song Song couldn't have lived for so long. Who are you? Stop pretending to be a ghost. Get out here. Back then, it was because you were too cruel. That's why I sealed you. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, not only did it not erase your ruthlessness, it even made you worse. You've really wasted my painstaking efforts. The old voice sounded again. Then, a pale figure leisurely floated out from the azure pine sword. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a Daoist robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. Old Man Song Song, it's really you. Seeing the illusory figure, the heavenly nether bird could not help but scream. His eyes were filled with fear and dread. Damned old man Song Song, you actually dared to seal me for thousands of years. This time, I'll definitely destroy your nest. With that, the heavenly nether bird coldly snorted and the 9 underworld demon flame domain burned fiercely. Carrying the king's domain, he charged towards Lin Xian in an even more violent manner. Feeling this energy, Lin Xian's scalp went numb. The pale figure in front of him sighed. Then, with a grab, the azure pine sword in Lin Xian's hand flew into the old man's hand. In the next moment, the azure pine sword exploded with a bright light. It was like a green sun, shining in all directions. A shocking aura exploded from the long sword. This sword chi was too terrifying. Just the aftermath alone caused a 1,000-meter-long crack to appear in the space. Song Song held the azure pine sword in one hand and quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. The sword chi was thousands of feet long. It was like a green dragon roaring in the sky. This sword slashed directly towards the heavenly nether bird. It fiercely hit the 9 underworld demon flame domain in front of him, causing a shocking explosion. The demon flame domain was mercilessly torn apart, causing a terrifying crack to appear. The heavenly nether bird was even more affected. Its mountain-like body was sent flying backwards. Damn it, this is impossible. You're just a broken soul. How can you have such powerful strength? The heavenly nether bird went crazy in disbelief. That sword chi was too terrifying. It had almost split open its 9 underworld demon flame domain. Although his strength had been greatly reduced in the past few thousand years, and he was no longer as powerful as he was in the past, not just anyone could split open his domain. Moreover, the opponent was just an afterimage of Song Song's soul. It could not use much power. Song Song was also very surprised. He looked at the azure pine sword in his hand. His eyes flashed. What a powerful sword spirit. It's rare. Young man, is this your sword spirit? Song Song looked at Lin Xian. Greetings, senior. That is indeed my sword spirit. Lin Xian answered honestly. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Even I didn't have such a sharp sword soul back then. Young man, your future is limitless. Song Song said. Senior is too kind. Lin Xian and Song Song were talking. On the other side, the heavenly nether bird was going crazy with anger. Ever since he had broken out of the seal, he had not encountered anything that went smoothly. Now, even Song Song's afterimage had appeared. This made him feel very uneasy. Old man, you're just an afterimage. You can't use much power. Once I kill you, I'll destroy your entire Azure Pine Palace. Chapter 1232. Indeed, you're right. I'm only a broken soul. I can't stop you. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed. Senior, please use your full strength to subdue this ancient demonic beast. Otherwise, if he escapes, the entire Tianwu continent will be in chaos. The dark red dragon stomped its feet in anger. Fuck, this old man's strength isn't enough, but he still dares to come out. Song Song wasn't in a hurry. He slowly said, although I can't kill him, I can still teach him a lesson. Then I'll have to ask Senior to do it. Lin Xian said. He didn't want to fight with the terrifying Heaven Netherbird anymore. It was a King Realm expert, and it even had a King Realm domain. It was too terrifying. However, old Taoist Song Song stared at Lin Xian and asked in a low voice, Young man, do you want to try beating up Tianyu? What? Both Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were stunned when they heard that. Beating up the heaven netherbird. How was that possible? Unless Lin Xian was a king realm expert. The dark red dragon also muttered, "It's over, it's over. This old man has gone crazy." In the distance, the heaven netherbird laughed crazily. "Old man Song Song, I think you've really gone crazy. A broken soul imprint wants to beat me. What a joke." The heaven netherbird's expression was one of disdain. If Song Song was at his peak, he might be afraid. But now, his opponent was just a broken soul imprint. He didn't need to worry. Lin Xian also had a strange expression on his face. "Senior, you're not joking, right?" Beating up the heaven netherbird was indeed exciting, but Lin Xian knew that it was impossible. After all, the heaven netherbird was an existence that even kings feared. How could he beat it? However, Song Song smiled, "Don't worry. Since I said so, I naturally have a way. Although I can't raise your cultivation to the king realm, I can suppress the heaven netherbird's cultivation to the sovereign realm." "You're talking about the astral chains." Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he thought of a possibility. "That's right, it's indeed the astral chains. Back then, I used the astral chains to trap him, just in case. I didn't expect that I would finally have to use it now," Song Song said slowly. In the distance, the heavenly netherbird's expression changed when it heard this. He realized that the old Taoist Song Song's words were very likely to come true, because the 4 astral chains on his body were too miraculous. They had been suppressing him all these years, and not only had his cultivation not improved, it had actually weakened. Now that old Taoist Song Song's broken soul had recovered, and with the help of the stellar key, his cultivation might really be suppressed. At that time, he would probably be in trouble. "Damned old ghost, go to hell." The heavenly netherbird went crazy. It held the netherworld demon sword and used its king's domain to quickly charge forward. This time, he was truly determined to kill. He was determined to kill all of them. However, old Taoist Song Song took the stellar key from Lin Xian and quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, the stellar key released a dazzling light and formed a starry sky map in the air. Stars were floating and spinning in the void, flickering in and out of existence. When the starry sky map appeared, the heavenly netherbird screamed in pain. The astral chains on his body seemed to have come alive and were making clanking sounds. The originally pitch-black chain had shed its black outer layer and was now emitting an azure light. Every ray of light formed a star. In the end, the 4 astral chains carried a sky full of stars and completely surrounded the heavenly netherbird. "No!" The heavenly netherbird roared crazily and used its king's domain to resist. However, it had been suppressed for thousands of years, and its strength was not as strong as before. Moreover, the astral chains were specifically used to suppress it. Therefore, it did not struggle for long before it was surrounded by the stars. The direct result was that the king's domain around the heavenly netherbird quickly disappeared. Not only that, its aura plummeted, and it quickly fell to the honorable realm. In the end, the heavenly netherbird's cultivation stopped at the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Soon, the stars in the sky disappeared and the heavenly netherbird's huge figure appeared. However, at this moment, its aura was no longer as strong as before. Not only that, but its eyes were filled with fear because it was no longer invincible. It was only at the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. It will not be able to maintain this state for long, so you should end this quickly. After using the secret technique, old Taoist Song Song's figure became abnormally blurry, as if it would disappear at any time. "Thank you, senior," Lin Xian said respectfully. Then, he turned to look at the heavenly netherbird, his eyes shining. If the heavenly netherbird was not a match for him before, it was different now. The heavenly netherbird was suppressed to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm, which was the same strength as him. Therefore, he was not afraid of it at all. With a clang, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and quickly attacked. Astral Sword Technique. As he waved his long sword, countless sword rays shot into the sky, turning into meteors one after another and bombarding the heavenly netherbird. This sword technique was comprehended by Lin Xian in the astral pavilion. When he used it now, it could be said to be extremely powerful. Ah, reptile, go to hell. The heavenly netherbird fought with all its might. Although the king's domain was gone, its 9 underworld demon sword was still there. Therefore, it held the huge black demon sword and quickly met the attack. Bang, 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 bang. The two exchanged dozens of blows, and the heavenly netherbird was defeated. Ah, this is so infuriating. The heavenly netherbird was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. It was an ancient beast and a peerless beast on the heaven ranking. Now that it was defeated by a young human, it could not accept it. However, its cultivation was completely suppressed and it could not use it at all. Therefore, even if it was angry, there was nothing it could do. Moreover, the human youth in front of it had truly shocked it. Previously, it thought that the other party could only fight it with the power of the Tsang Song sword. But now, its cultivation was suppressed to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm, which was 1 level higher than the other party, but it still could not defeat the other party. Moreover, the other party was not using the Tsang Song sword. This made it understand that the young man in front of it was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. He should be a genius among the human martial artists, someone who could fight above his level. After being sent flying again, the heavenly netherbird was in an extremely sorry state. It gritted its teeth and roared, "Brat, I'll spare your life today. Once I recover my strength, I'll tear you to pieces." With that, it turned around and flew into the sky. It spread its huge wings and was about to fly into the sky. It had been too frustrating today, and its cultivation had been suppressed. It did not want to fight anymore. It wanted to find a place to break the suppression of the astral chains and then come back to kill these people. At that time, no one would be able to stop it. Chapter 1233. Therefore, Lin Xian used the dragon-catching hand the moment the sky-serene bird flew into the sky. 2 huge dragons coiled around each other, forming a giant hand that grabbed towards the sky. In the next moment, the sky-serene bird was caught by the dragon-catching hand. Get lost. The sky-serene bird struggled as black flames burned all over its body. It wanted to retract the giant hand. However, the dragon-catching hand was extremely mysterious. Legend had it that it could even capture a giant dragon, let alone a sky-serene bird. Furthermore, the dragon-catching hand was infused with the power of the great dragon sword spirit by Lin Xian. It was extremely powerful. The 2 real dragons roared. They were so lifelike that they looked as if they were real. They quickly coiled around the heavenly netherbird and pulled it downwards. Boom! The sky-serene bird crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Lin Xian waved his hand and 4 huge light swords of wind, thunder, water, and fire appeared, surrounding the sky-serene bird and trapping it. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. "I'll give you a chance. Hand over a little bit of essence blood and a trace of flame origin and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you up." Lin Xian was very excited. He never thought that he would be able to beat the sky-serene bird up one day. This feeling was too good. "Brat, you're courting death." The sky-serene bird roared in anger. However, what awaited it was a sharp sword. The sword landed on the sky-serene bird's body and made a huge sound. However, what was shocking was that such a sharp sword did not leave a single mark on the sky-serene bird's body. This made Lin Xian extremely surprised. However, he quickly understood. This was because the Sky Serene bird was very similar to the dark red divine dragon. They both had strong physiques, but their cultivations were suppressed. The Sky Serene bird screamed and roared. He knew that his opponent could only hurt him because of the Ashen Pine sword. Without the Ashen Pine sword, his opponent could not break through his defense. Knowing this, he completely relaxed. Ha 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 ha, lowly worm. So what if you've trapped me? With your strength, you can't break through my defense. The Sky Serene bird sneered. I really don't know what you have to be so proud of. Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved his sword. Sword chi shot out like rainbows and ruthlessly slashed the heavenly netherbird's body. The Sky Serene bird forgot one thing. Although Lin Xian's long sword couldn't break through its defense, it didn't mean that the sword chi wouldn't hurt. Therefore, it didn't take long for the heavenly netherbird to start screaming. Damned brat, I'll definitely tear you to shreds later. The heavenly netherbird gritted its teeth and stared fiercely at Lin Xian. You dare to threaten me? With another slash, the heavenly serene bird wailed again. However, what shocked Lin Xian the most was that the heavenly netherbird's physique was too strong. Even after slashing so many times, he still couldn't hurt it. This was simply inconceivable. Brat, stop. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to break through his defense if you continue like this. The dark red dragon shook its head. As an ancient divine beast, it naturally knew how strong the heavenly netherbird's physique was. In order to break through the heavenly netherbird's defense, one would need to be at least at the king level, or Lin Xian could use the Tsang Song sword. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to use the Tsang Song sword because there was no more energy inside. If he used it, the Tsang Song sword would shatter. At that time, the old Taoist Tsang Song's figure might also disappear. At that time, who knows if the starry chains would still be effective. How about I set up a killing formation? I don't believe that I can't break through this guy's defense. The dark red dragon was also thinking, should I set up the immortal slaying formation or the demon slaying formation? The names of these formations caused the heavenly netherbird to tremble. These were all famous formations from the ancient times. Although it didn't believe that Lin Xian could set them up, it was still very surprised. This was because it realized that the dark red dragon was just like him. It was also an ancient divine beast, but it had lost its cultivation. However, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll try using the 10,000 beast cauldron. With that, Lin Xian took out the 10,000 beast cauldron. When the black cauldron appeared, the heavenly netherbird's pupils shrank and it shrieked. An earth rank artifact. It didn't notice it during the battle, but now that it was so close, it immediately felt that the 10,000 beast cauldron was extraordinary. With its knowledge, it naturally recognized that the black cauldron was an earth rank artifact. Moreover, it was a complete earth rank artifact. Immediately, the heavenly netherbird broke out in cold sweat. It didn't think that a few humans would have a complete earth rank artifact. Moreover, Lin Xian was only an honored realm expert. Even the old Taoist Tsang Song's figure was shocked. An earth rank artifact requires a lot of power. It's impossible to use it without reaching the king realm. The heavenly netherbird held on to its last glimmer of hope. However, it soon despaired because Lin Xian didn't use it at all. Instead, Lin Xian swung the 10,000 beast cauldron towards it. Clang! Lin Xian used the black 10,000 beast cauldron as a brick and smashed it onto the heavenly netherbird's body, causing a deafening sound to resound. The heavenly netherbird was in so much pain that it started to cry. Lin Xian's arm was numb as well. Damn it, its defense is so strong. I don't believe that an Earth-rank artifact can't break through it. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and used all the strength in his body to grab the 10,000 beast cauldron and smashed it again. This time, the heavenly netherbird was in so much pain that it wanted to die. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy because he still hadn't broken through it. Brat, you're hitting the wrong place. Hit its head. The dark red dragon decisively grabbed the 10,000 beast cauldron and swung its claw at the heavenly netherbird's head. The heavenly netherbird saw stars and almost fainted. After this attack, the heavenly netherbird was completely convinced. It was too painful. Unlike the Lone Star Sword, the 10,000 beast cauldron was a true Earth-rank artifact. Its power was no joke. Although it didn't have any external injuries, it had suffered internal injuries. Many of its bones had been broken. Stop. I'll promise you, okay? The heavenly netherbird roared, isn't it just a drop of essence blood and a trace of flame source? I'll give it to you. It was completely terrified. You should have done this earlier. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. You didn't have to force me to use my last resort. The dark red dragon's eyes also widened. It had finally obtained the heavenly netherbbird's essence blood. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird reluctantly handed over a drop of essence blood. A drop of essence blood was only the size of a fist. Although it looked small, the energy it contained was incomparably pure. The dark red dragon's face was filled with ecstasy. It hugged the essence blood and quickly dived into the beast bag. Brat, I'll go into seclusion for a few days. The dark red dragon roared excitedly. His roar woke up the little white monkey. The latter rubbed its eyes in dissatisfaction and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Chapter 1234. The heavenly serene bird gritted its teeth and unwillingly pulled out a black feather from its tail. It contained a trace of the origin flame. The heavenly serene bird threw it to Lin Xian. However, it was snatched away by the little white monkey. Little White looked at the feather and shook its head. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't care because he felt that Little White must have its reasons for doing so. As expected, the little white monkey threw the feather to the ground and quickly scanned the heavenly serene bird's body with its black gemstone eyes. Damn monkey, what are you doing? For some reason, the heavenly serene bird was scared by the little white monkey. However, the little white monkey didn't care at all. It stared at a black feather on the heavenly serene bird's tail and quickly flew over. Damn monkey, you're looking for death. Get out of my way. Seeing the little white monkey's actions, the heavenly serene bird almost went berserk. Although the feather that it gave Lin Xian contained the origin flame, it was very rare. It didn't give anything good. However, it didn't expect the little white monkey to find it and target the feather on its body. How could it tolerate this? Therefore, it tried its best to dodge. However, in the next moment, a furry paw gently patted its head. Then, it saw stars. The world was spinning. It was a terrible feeling. It didn't faint. However, it couldn't move at all. The dizziness lasted for a short time. However, it was enough for the little white monkey to pull out the black feather. Therefore, when the heavenly serene bird woke up again, Lin Xian still had the origin feather. You! The heavenly serene bird stared at the little white monkey and Lin Xian with murderous intent in its eyes. That was an origin feather. It contained a large amount of origin flame. Now that it was taken away, its strength was definitely affected. However, Lin Xian was very satisfied. He could naturally sense that the black flame aura contained within the feather before him was much denser. The origin flame contained in this black feather was clearly much stronger than the previous one. It seemed that the heavenly Netherbird was only trying to deal with him and didn't plan on giving him a good origin flame. He didn't expect the little white monkey to discover it. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this feather must be extremely important to the heavenly Netherbird. Since that was the case, Lin Xian happily accepted it. After obtaining the primordial feather, Lin Xian should be able to condense a flame marshal's soul in no time. At that time, he would have 4 martial souls. His combat strength would definitely reach a terrifying level. However, he didn't leave immediately because Lin Xian knew that once the heavenly Netherbird regained its strength, it would chase him all over the world. Therefore, he had to come up with some life-saving methods. In the next moment, Lin Xian controlled the 10,000 beast cauldron and planted a beast slave seal in the heaven Netherbird's body. Although he knew that the beast slave seal couldn't completely control the heavenly serene bird, it could still restrict it. Moreover, if he was really anxious, he could use the 10,000 beast cauldron and the beast slave seal. After doing all this, Lin Xian no longer cared about the heavenly Netherbird. Instead, he turned to old Taoist Tsang Song and bowed seriously. Then, he turned into a sword radiance and left the place. Damn brat, you dared to steal my primordial feather and plant a beast slave seal in me. No matter where you run to, I'll kill you. The heavenly Netherbird roared at the sky. It had never suffered such a huge loss before. On the side, old Taoist Tsang Song looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. In the next moment, the illusory figure disappeared into the stellar key. Then, the stellar key exploded with a dazzling light. Old Taoist Tsang Song used the last of his energy to cast a spell to suppress the heavenly Netherbird's cultivation. When all this was done, old Taoist Tsang Song's figure was no longer there. The Tsang Song sword had also turned into countless fragments and disappeared into the sky. Damn you, old Taoist Tsang Song, damn you. The heavenly Netherbird was extremely furious. It naturally knew that it wouldn't be able to recover its strength in a short period of time. It didn't expect old Taoist Tsang Song to be able to suppress it even after his death. However, even though it was roaring, there was nothing it could do. In the distance, ever since Murong Qingqing and the others left, they heard a series of roars coming from the Tsang Song Palace behind them. The sound was extremely terrifying. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the soul-stirring sound. Naturally, they knew that it was the heavenly Netherbird's roar. Therefore, Murong Qingqing, Zhao Shui, and the others were all worried. This was because Lin Xian was still inside. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War sneered, "Who does that brat think he is? How dare he negotiate with the heavenly Netherbird? He's courting death. Don't worry, he's dead for sure. This time, he won't be able to come out. It's just a pity about those treasures." Thinking about the stolen storage rings, the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War gritted their teeth. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because the heavenly Netherbird's terrifying aura was still present. Moreover, they soon felt an intense energy fluctuation coming from behind them. It seemed that there was a battle going on. The battle was extremely intense. It was even more intense than the honorable realm. This power, how is it possible? Could there be kings fighting? One of the powers belonged to the heavenly Netherbird, but who was the other one? Could it be Lin Xian? Impossible, that brat is only a 7th level honorable realm. No matter how strong he is, he can't display the battle strength of a king. Could there be other experts inside? Thinking of this, everyone felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they had left quickly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape if they had encountered such a terrifying expert. Everyone was paying close attention to the battle at the Pine Palace because it would determine whether they would be safe for the next few days. However, they soon realized that the terrifying energy and aura had disappeared. The battle is over. Everyone was shocked. Because they were very far away, they didn't know what had happened at the Pine Palace. Both powers had disappeared. Could it be that they had perished together? If that was the case, that would be great. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were excited. Without the threat of the heavenly Netherbird, they didn't fear anyone. However, Murong Qingqing was very worried because they didn't know how Lin Xian was doing. I'll go take a look. Sensing the changes ahead, Zhao Shui prepared to go take a look. I'll go with you. Murong Qingqing was also worried. However, the elders from the Murong clan all stopped her. Young miss, we don't know the situation ahead. Why don't we wait patiently? Murong Qingqing was their clan's hope, so they didn't want her to take the risk. Just as the two sides were arguing, a sword light suddenly streaked across the sky. Someone came out of the Pine Palace. Someone shouted. Immediately, everyone looked forward with bewildered expressions. After such an intense battle, could someone still be alive? Chapter 1235. They were certain that it wasn't the heavenly Netherbird. If the heavenly Netherbird was here, it would definitely be a scene of destruction. However, such a scene didn't appear, so it couldn't be the heavenly Netherbird. Why does that figure look so familiar? Fuck, isn't that Lin Xian? Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian. How could it be Lin Xian? How could he survive such an intense battle? The people from the Palace of Gods of War didn't believe it. They didn't believe that an honorable realm martial artist could survive a battle between kings. It was simply impossible. But in next to no time, their expressions became extremely unsightly because they'd already seen the figure clearly. It was Lin Xian. Damn it, he's still alive. How is this possible? What kind of luck does this guy have to be able to survive? The people from the Palace of Gods of War looked as if they had seen a ghost. Murong Qingqing cheered. Zhao Shui also let out a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on her cold face. She was relieved that Lin Xian was fine. Murong Qingqing also mumbled in a low voice, I knew it. This guy would be fine for sure. Lin Xian naturally saw Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui. His figure flashed and landed in front of them. Lin Xian, it's really you. It's great that you're fine. What could happen to me? Lin Xian shrugged. How did you get out? What's the situation in front? Is the heavenly Netherbird still alive? A group of martial artists surrounded him and kept asking questions. There's a remnant soul left behind by a peerless martial artist in the Pine Palace. He fought with the heavenly Netherbird. The heavenly Netherbird is still alive, but he's injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Lin Xian said. Of course, what he said wasn't the entire truth. At least, he didn't tell everyone about his battle with the heavenly Netherbird. Knowing that the heavenly Netherbird was heavily injured and would not be able to fight for a while, everyone let out a sigh of relief. As for the Palace of Gods of War side, their expressions were unfriendly as they all surrounded him. When Lin Xian took their storage rings, they didn't dare to do anything because of the pressure from the heavenly Netherbird. But now that the heavenly Netherbird was gone, they had nothing to worry about. Even though Lin Xian was strong, they had 2 8th-level venerables on their side. Moreover, they had many other experts as well. Thus, they weren't afraid of Lin Xian if they really fought. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to come back alive. However, don't think that you'll be fine just like that. How dare you steal our storage rings? Spit them out right now. Not only that, you'll have to hand over all your treasures to make up for your crimes. Duan Tianqing had no intention of letting Lin Xian go. Looking at the group of people from the Palace of Gods of War, the Murong clan was also very cautious. After all, the other party was a powerful force. If they really fought, both sides would suffer. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. He wasn't even afraid of the heavenly Netherbird, let alone these people from the Palace of Gods of War. Moreover, the battle with the heavenly Netherbird had benefited him a lot. It could be said that his battle experience had greatly increased. The people in front of him were no match for him at all. Last time, I was in a good mood and allowed you to use your storage rings to buy your lives. I didn't expect you to not learn your lesson and still dare to provoke me. But this time, I'm very curious. What do you want to use to buy your lives? You're courting death. Attack! Duan Tianqing roared. Then, the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War and the Palace of Divine Birds surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Duan Tianqing and Yan Feng faced off against Lin Xian, while the others stared at the people from the Murong clan and Merry Woods. Brat, you're dead this time. I'll kill you with my own hands. Yan Feng stared at Lin Xian, his voice ferocious. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw a human-shaped lightning bolt charging towards him. Boom! Yan Feng was caught off guard. He didn't expect Lin Xian to attack him so quickly. There was no warning at all. Therefore, he could only passively defend. In the next moment, the boundless power of thunder and lightning quickly surrounded him. The powerful force numbed his entire body. You're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian defeat Yan Feng with one move, Duan Tianqing roared. He quickly unleashed his martial soul and pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he summoned the thousand-beast cauldron. Then, he held it in his hand and quickly slammed it forward. Clang! The sound of metal vibrating rang out. Suddenly, everyone's scalp went numb and their faces turned pale. Duan Tianqing bore the brunt of the impact and was directly sent flying. Damn it, this is impossible. What exactly is that thing? How can it be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. Duan Tianqing was an 8th heaven honorable. How could he be sent flying with one move? This was unbelievable. The people from the Palace of Gods of War looked at Lin Xian with cold sweat on their faces. They regretted provoking him again. In an instant, those martial artists were all stunned. They didn't dare to move at all. Tell me, how do you want to buy your life this time? Lin Xian stepped on Duan Tianqing's body and said coldly. Duan Tianqing was trembling with anger. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never been humiliated like this before. However, Lin Xian was too strange. Especially the small black cauldron in his hand. It almost shattered his martial soul with one move. This made him extremely terrified. However, he had already lost his storage ring. At this moment, he didn't have anything left to lose. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and lie on the ground, pretending to be dead. Lin Xian naturally understood that the other party had nothing left. However, he wouldn't let them off so easily. Moreover, he thought of something. He had to clarify this matter. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. There's something I need you to tell me. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I can let you go. Otherwise, you can stay here forever to accompany the heavenly Netherbird. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. Duan Tianqing also gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me, what's the problem? Why do you want to kill me?" Logically speaking, even if I offended young Master Ling Feng, the Palace of Gods of War shouldn't have sent experts like you, right? Yes, this was the question that Lin Xian had been wondering. He realized that Duan Tianqing and the others weren't on the same side as young Master Ling Feng. Although both sides wanted to kill him, they weren't on the same level. Therefore, he thought that there must be some reason that he didn't know. You don't know. Duan Tianqing was also stunned. In his opinion, Lin Xian should know about this matter. It seems like those people didn't tell you. Who? Speak clearly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian said coldly. You should know that the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War is in seclusion. The vice palace master is preparing to seize power. Therefore, the Palace of Gods of War is divided into two factions. Chapter 1236. Duan Tianqing took a deep breath and continued. When the palace master was in seclusion, he drew a painting and asked all the martial artists in the Palace of Gods of War to welcome and assist him. The person in the painting is you. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The ordinary martial artists in the Palace of Gods of War were also stunned because this painting was only seen by the higher-ups of the Palace of Gods of War. And those higher-ups didn't spread the news, so ordinary martial artists didn't know at all. This Lin Xian actually had such a close relationship with the Palace of Gods of War. The martial artists from the other factions were even more shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Then he seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, "What's the name of your palace master? What does he look like? Hurry up and tell me." He thought of a possibility. Although it was unbelievable, he had to ask clearly. Lin Xian was very excited because he thought of a possibility, so he had to confirm it. Duan Tianqing didn't plan to hide it because this matter couldn't be hidden at all. After Lin Xian went out, the other people in the Palace of Gods of War would definitely come looking for him. The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War is called Lin Zhan. As for what he looks like, I think you should know. Lin Zhan. Hearing this name, Lin Xian's body trembled. It was just as he thought. Although he was very shocked and didn't dare to believe it, it was probably the truth. Lin Zhan was his father's name. Lin Xian didn't expect his father to be the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. But how was this possible? One had to know that his father had only left him for about 3 years. Before that, his father had always been in the Xia country of the Tiannan region. How could he suddenly become the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War? The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War was at least a king. What kind of opportunity could allow a spirit transformation realm martial artist to become a king in such a short period of time? Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine at all. However, the facts before his eyes showed that the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War was really his father. Thinking about the sword heart pendant his father gave him and the words left in the ancestral land, Lin Xian felt that his father might not be as simple as he looked. There should be some shocking secret on him. As for what this secret was, he would probably only know when he met his father. With news of his father, all his problems were solved. Lin Xian finally understood why Duan Tianqing and the others wanted to kill him. Because Lin Xian's real identity was the young master of the Palace of Ares. In the future, if there were no accidents, he would be the one to inherit the Palace of Gods of War. How could the vice palace master allow such a threat to exist? That was why there was a series of pursuits. Lin Xian did not expect that he would be involved in this kind of power struggle for no reason at all. He was afraid that there would be many fierce battles in the future. Duan Tianqing gritted his teeth and said, "I'm done. Can you let us go now?" Scram! Lin Xian kicked him away. Tell your vice palace master to not have any ideas about the Palace of Ares. Also, it won't be long before I personally make a trip to the Palace of Ares. Everyone gasped. Judging from Lin Xian's tone, it seemed like he wanted to start a war with the Palace of Ares. Now, many people had already guessed some terrifying news, and their eyelids twitched. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a shocking origin. Duan Tianqing crawled up from the ground and led the palace of gods of war away. This time, he would definitely not dare to provoke Lin Xian again. Lin Xian also sat to the side to rest, but he was constantly thinking. He had already found his father's whereabouts. All he needed to do was meet up with them at the Palace of Gods of War. Furthermore, after doing this, he still needed to return to the Tiannan region and rescue the entire Lin family from his ice seal. After dealing with the matters of the Tianwu continent, Lin Xian would fulfill his promise to Zero and leave the Tianwu continent. He would go to a wider world and fulfill his promise. This promise was naturally related to King Dan Yu and the legendary Pill sect. Lin Xian would not forget this. In the next few days, no one ran around. Instead, they waited quietly because the day of departure was approaching. However, on the day before they left, there was another change. That was because in the distant Deep Pine Hall, an extremely berserk demonic aura surged out. It swept through the 9 heavens as if a peerless beast had awakened. Following that, a roar like thunder rang out, "Damned brat, where are you? Come out, I'll definitely kill you." This voice was filled with boundless killing intent. When the cultivators in the distance heard this, their expressions changed and they even began to tremble. The Heaven Nether Bird, that's the Heaven Nether Bird's voice. Damn it, it's revived again. Not good, the Heaven Nether Bird is coming. Everyone, run. Everyone panicked and began to flee. There was no way around it. The Heaven Nether Bird was too powerful. Even kings were not its match, let alone them. Thus, they chose to hide. As long as they could hide for another day, they would be able to leave safely. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect the Heaven Nether Bird to recover its strength so quickly. This was not good news for him. Furthermore, if the Heaven Nether Bird also left this place and arrived at the Tianwu continent, there would be a storm of blood. Furthermore, his current strength was not enough to contend against the Heaven Nether Bird. If they met again, it would be very troublesome. On the side, Zhao Shui and Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian with suspicion. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. The brat that the Heaven Nether Bird was talking about, could it be you? What did you do to make it so angry? Murong Qingqing was puzzled. Zhao Shui was also very curious. Lin Xian said indifferently, "It's nothing. I only plucked a feather and let it bleed a little." "What, you injured the Heaven Nether Bird?" The two were shocked. This was shocking news. What kind of existence was the Heaven Nether Bird? It was a peerless demonic beast. It was at least a king realm beast. However, such a terrifying existence was actually injured by Lin Xian. This was too inconceivable. It's not that exaggerated. I wasn't the one fighting. I only took advantage of the situation. Seeing that Lin Xian did not want to say more, the two did not continue to ask. However, they did not stay here and quickly escaped. Right now, the only thing they could do was to leave safely and not let the Heaven Nether Bird find trouble. The Heaven Nether Bird searched around and did not find Lin Xian. It was extremely angry and began to bombard everything around it. Immediately, the mountains and forests were all flattened. However, this situation only lasted for half a day before the Heaven Nether Bird disappeared. Not only that, the terrifying pressure also disappeared. This allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, that night, the terrifying aura surged out again. Chapter 1237. According to his guess, the Heavenly Nether Bird had not completely removed the suppression of the astral chains. Furthermore, the suppression had become extremely unstable, causing its strength to fluctuate. This allowed Lin Xian to heave a sigh of relief. At least the heavenly nether bird was not an invincible existence. It still had its weaknesses. This way, even if it went out, it would not dare to be too flamboyant. Otherwise, it would be surrounded by the kings of the Tianwu continent. A night of danger passed. The next day, just as the sun rose, the entire remote sky's secret realm became different. Everyone felt a mysterious force repelling them. They knew that the remote sky's secret realm was about to close, and they were going to be teleported out. The force grew stronger and stronger, and finally, someone disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was ecstatic. The last 2 days were like a nightmare. They had spent it carefully, afraid that the heavenly nether bird would discover them. Now that they could leave this place and escape this danger, they were naturally happy. Lin Xian, I'll leave first. When I return to the Tianwu continent, I'll look for you. Murong Qingqing waved her hand and left with her clansmen. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War also looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions before they were teleported out. Zhao Shui, how did you get in? Lin Xian was very curious. Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian was very familiar with that smile. This was clearly the Zhao Shui that he knew. But in the next moment, that smile disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression. The Zhao Shui in front of him did not notice the change in his expression. Instead, he said in a deep voice, I sneaked in from a rank 6 sect. I should be teleported back to where I came from. But don't worry, I shouldn't be in any danger. Lin Xian was not worried about this. After all, Zhao Shui was not weaker than him. Even an 8th level venerable might not be able to do anything to him. However, what really worried Lin Xian was Zhao Shui's situation and that strange smile. At that moment, Lin Xian clearly felt that the Zhao Shui he was familiar with had returned. But in the next moment, that feeling disappeared. This made him extremely puzzled. However, he couldn't explain it now. He could only wait and see. There's something wrong with your friend. After Zhao Shui left, Zero's voice sounded. What? What is it? Lin Xian asked. The cultivation technique she practices is very strange. It seems to be able to produce a second soul. What? You're saying that there are 2 souls in Zhao Shui's body? Lin Xian was shocked. You could say that. Hearing this, Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. He knew that there was something wrong with Zhao Shui's body, but he had never thought that there would be 2 souls in her body. This was too inconceivable to him. No wonder Zhao Shui's temperament had changed so much that she didn't even recognize him. It seemed that her original soul had been suppressed. Then is she in danger? Lin Xian asked. She's fine now. Her original soul should be asleep. However, she'll definitely be in danger in the future. Maybe the soul produced by the cultivation technique will replace her original soul. After all, the Void Sky Eye was a very strange cultivation technique in ancient times. There were many amazing geniuses who practiced it, but they all died in the end. There's actually such a thing. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that Zhao Shui's situation was very bad. What can I do to save her? The 2 of them could be said to have gone through thick and thin together, so Lin Xian couldn't sit idly by. Don't worry. With your current strength, you won't be able to save her. Moreover, I suspect that this cultivation technique itself is a conspiracy. This matter can't be explained in a short period of time. Leave here first. I'll explain it to you later. Zero's voice disappeared as a surge of energy enveloped Lin Xian's body. In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared from where he was. A mysterious spatial force brought Lin Xian out of the hidden sky's secret realm. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery around him had changed greatly. It was no longer the primitive forest of the hidden sky's secret realm, but the scenery of the immortal martial academy. I'm back. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After more than 3 months, he was finally back. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. He's out. Below, the crowd was excited. Endless shouts could be heard. Brother Xian. A group of Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples waved and shouted. The surrounding people's gazes also fell on Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. This aura, 7th Heaven Venerable. Everyone exclaimed because they felt a terrifying aura from Lin Xian's body. Although he didn't deliberately release it, the pressure still made their hearts jump. The surrounding elders were also shocked. If they remembered correctly, Lin Xian's cultivation should only be at the 4th Heaven Venerable when he first entered. However, they didn't expect him to break through to the 7th Heaven Venerable in just a few months. This kind of breakthrough speed was truly shocking. Of course, they still didn't know that Lin Xian could beat up an 8th Heaven Venerable. If they knew, their jaws would probably drop. Headmaster Xian was astonished as well. But soon after, he revealed a smile. As expected of the legendary person. This kid's strength and talent are truly heaven-defying. 7th Heaven Venerable, Brother Xian, you're too strong. Wang Li and the other Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples rushed up and surrounded Lin Xian with exclamations. Don't worry, I brought back a lot of treasures this time. When the time comes, I'll definitely let you guys improve. Lin Xian smiled. He wouldn't be stingy to the people around him. Really? That's great. Thank you, Brother Xian. Brother Xian is domineering and mighty. A group of people cheered. At this moment, the void above fluctuated again. One figure after another appeared. Dugu Outyan, Li Yunfei, and the others were among them. Everyone exclaimed again because they realized that Dugu Outyan's aura had also reached the 7th Heaven Venerable. Although Li Yunfei's aura hadn't reached the 7th Heaven Venerable, it had reached the peak of the 6th Heaven Venerable. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to enter the 7th Heaven Venerable. This made everyone exclaim. The 3 strongest disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy had greatly improved their strength at this moment. Those elders were also beaming with joy because the harvest this time was indeed not small. However, in the center of these people, there was an exceptionally shocking figure. It was a young man who was only a few years older than Dugu Outyan. He had a tall figure like a fiend god. At this moment, his body was emitting a monstrous aura. Even those elders were extremely shocked. 8th Heaven Venerable. Everyone exclaimed and looked at the figure with deep shock. Is he also a disciple of our academy? Why don't I recognize him? Oh my God, 8th Heaven Venerable. Such a young 8th Heaven Venerable. He's going to defy the heavens. The group of people was shocked and puzzled at the same time. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.